Welcome to Say It Another Way, an English learning audiobook from English Mindset Academy. Imagine you are speaking English smoothly when suddenly one word disappears. You know exactly what you want to say, but you cannot remember that one English word. You stop, search your memory, lose the sentence, and the conversation begins to slip away. This audiobook will teach you how to keep speaking anyway. You will learn how to replace a missing word, describe what you mean, rebuild difficult sentences, and find another path to the same idea without freezing. Because fluent speakers do not always find the perfect word, they know how to say it another way. Stay with this audiobook until the final chapter, subscribe to English Mindset Academy, and get ready to make one missing word powerless against your English. Let's begin. Chapter 1. Stop treating one missing word like the end of the sentence. There is a moment that destroys more English conversations than difficult grammar ever does. You are speaking, your idea is clear, the sentence has already started. Then you reach one word, and it is gone. You can almost feel it in your mind. You know what the thing is. You know what you want to explain. Maybe you even know the word in your first language, but the English word refuses to appear, so you stop. You look away. You repeat the beginning of the sentence. Yesterday I went to nothing. The other person waits. Now you are no longer thinking about your message. You are thinking about the missing word. Then you become aware that the other person is waiting. That creates pressure. Pressure makes the word even harder to remember. Soon you forget where the sentence was going. One word has now damaged an idea that was much bigger than that word. This is the first mistake we are going to remove. When one word disappears, do not give that word control of the conversation. Your job is not to recover every missing word. Your job is to keep the meaning alive. Imagine you want to say, I need to buy a screwdriver, but you cannot remember screwdriver. The old habit says, stop talking until you remember it. The new habit says, I need to buy that tool you use for turning screws. You may even make a small turning movement with your hand. The listener says, a screwdriver? And you say, yes, exactly. Look at what just happened. You forgot vocabulary, but you did not lose communication. That difference is enormous. A learner who believes fluency means remembering every word will constantly feel weak. A learner who understands that fluency includes escaping missing words becomes much harder to stop. This chapter is going to change the question you ask yourself when vocabulary disappears. Stop asking, what is the word? Start asking, how else can I communicate this idea? That question opens doors. The first question traps you inside one word. The second gives you the entire English language. Let us take another example. You want to say, I forgot my charger at home. But charger disappears. What happens? Do you remain silent until your memory gives it back? No. You can say, I forgot the thing I used to charge my phone. The sentence may not be elegant, but the message survives. Now imagine you forget pharmacy. You could say, I need to go to the place where you buy medicine. You forget elevator. Let's use the thing that takes us upstairs. You forget appointment. I have a meeting with my doctor at 3. You forget refund. I want to return this and get my money back. Notice something important. Sometimes saying it another way is not even worse English. It can be clearer English. If you cannot remember refund, saying get my money back may actually sound more natural in a casual conversation. This is why you need to stop treating the first sentence in your mind as sacred. The sentence you planned is only one possible road to your meaning. If that road is blocked, take another. Your idea does not belong to one sentence. This is one of the deepest changes you can make as an English speaker. Many learners believe one idea equals one correct English sentence. So when that sentence breaks, they feel trapped. But real language works differently. One idea can be expressed in many ways. Suppose you want to say, I was exhausted after work, but you cannot remember exhausted. You still have, I was very tired after work. Or, I had no energy after work. Or, after work I just wanted to sleep. 3 different roads. Same basic message. Suppose you want to say, the hotel was overcrowded. You forget overcrowded. You can say, there were too many people in the hotel. Suppose you want to say, he interrupted me. The word interrupted disappears. Say, he started talking before I finished. This is the habit I want you to begin building today. When a word disappears, do not stare at the empty space. Move around it. There is another reason this matters. When you stop and aggressively search for a word, you often make your memory worse. You have probably experienced this even in your first language. Someone asks you the name of a person you know. You know the name, you have said it many times, but suddenly you cannot remember it. The harder you force your memory, the more distant it feels. Then 20 minutes later, when you are no longer trying, the name appears automatically. English vocabulary can behave the same way. The word is not necessarily gone. Your brain may simply be unable to access it at that exact moment. So if you stop the entire conversation and demand that your brain produce one word immediately, you increase pressure without increasing communication. A better strategy is, release the word and continue the idea. Sometimes the missing word will even return while you are still speaking. You might say, I need that thing you use to cut paper, scissors. Yes, scissors. That is natural. You did not wait for the word. You moved forward, and the word caught up with you. This is a powerful principle. Do not wait for your English. Let your English catch you while you keep moving. Now let us look at one of the most common mistakes learners make when a word disappears. They abandon the entire sentence. Imagine, my neighbor bought a, the word disappears. Instead of saving the message, the learner says, no, nothing, I don't know how to say. Conversation finished, but perhaps the missing word was lawnmower. Did you really need that exact word? You could say, my neighbor bought a machine for cutting the grass. Now the story continues. This matters because the listener usually cares more about the story than the vocabulary item. The listener is not sitting there thinking, I hope this learner uses the exact noun. They want to understand what happened. Give them meaning. Do not give them silence. Here is a simple rule I want you to remember. If the word does not come within 2 or 3 seconds, change strategy. Do not stay trapped for 10 seconds. Do not repeat the. Do not mentally search through your entire vocabulary. Give yourself a very short chance. If the word arrives, great. If it does not, move. Say, I don't remember the exact word but, and explain. That phrase alone can rescue hundreds of conversations. I don't remember the exact word but, it's something you use for. I don't know what it's called in English but, I mean the thing that, it's similar to, it's the place where. These are not emergency phrases for weak learners. They are communication tools. Now I want to show you another reason learners freeze. They are afraid that describing a missing word will make them sound stupid. This fear is unnecessary. If someone learning your language said, I don't know the word, but it's the machine that keeps food cold, would you think, what a terrible speaker? Probably not. You would immediately say, the refrigerator? You would understand them. You might even respect the fact that they kept communicating. Give yourself the same permission in English. You do not have to hide every gap in your vocabulary. Sometimes openly showing the gap is the fastest way through it. You can say, I've forgotten the word. It means, then explain. Real conversation is cooperative. The other person can help. This leads to another important lesson. You do not always need to solve the missing word yourself. You can invite the listener into the search without giving up the conversation. For example, what do you call the thing you use to weigh yourself? The listener says, a scale? Yes, a scale. You just learned or recovered the word naturally inside a real interaction. Or, what's the word for when you cancel something and get your money back? A refund? Yes, that's it. This is very different from simply saying, my English is bad, I don't know. The first approach keeps you in control. You know the meaning. You are only missing the label. And that distinction matters psychologically. Do not tell yourself, I don't know English. Tell yourself, I know what I mean. I'm missing one word. That is a much smaller problem. The way you describe the problem changes the way you react to it. If your mind says, my English has failed, you panic. If your mind says, one word is unavailable, I'll take another route, you stay functional. That is the mental reflex we are building. Now let us create a simple rescue system you can start using immediately. When a word disappears, use this order. First, try a simpler word. If you cannot remember purchase, say buy. If you cannot remember furious, say very angry. If you cannot remember enormous, say very big. If that does not work, describe it. What does it look like? What does it do? Where do people use it? What is it similar to? If that still feels difficult, rebuild the whole sentence. Maybe the missing word only exists because of the sentence you chose. Change the sentence and the problem may disappear. Suppose you wanted, "She rejected my proposal." You forget rejected. Instead of searching for it, rebuild. "She said no to my proposal." Problem gone. You wanted, "The situation deteriorated." You forget deteriorated. Say, "The situation became worse." You wanted, "I underestimated how difficult it would be." That sentence becomes too difficult. Say, "I thought it would be easier than it was." This is one of the most important speaking skills you can learn. Sentence flexibility. Do not only learn how to build sentences, learn how to abandon a sentence that is becoming too expensive. If the sentence requires vocabulary you cannot access, change the sentence. Fluency is not loyalty to your first idea of how something should be said. Fluency is loyalty to the message. Now I want you to try a practical exercise. Look around the room you are in. Choose 5 objects. Do not say their names. Explain each one in English. If you see a fan, it's a machine that moves air around the room when it's hot. If you see curtains, they cover the window and stop people from seeing inside. If you see a remote control, it's the small device you use to control the television from a distance. If you see a stapler, it's a small tool that joins pieces of paper together. If you see a kettle, it's something you use to heat water. This exercise may look simple, but it develops an extremely important skill. You are training your brain to produce meaning without depending on one exact word. Do this for 5 minutes every day. Your goal is not to prove that you know the object name. Your goal is to become good at surviving when you do not. Then move to harder ideas. Describe emotions without saying their names. Do not say nervous. Say, "It's the feeling you get when something important is about to happen and you are worried about what will happen." Do not say jealous. Say, "It's when someone has something you want and it makes you feel uncomfortable." Do not say relieved. Say, "It's the feeling when you were worried about something but then you discover everything is okay." Now you are training yourself to explain abstract ideas too. This is where the skill becomes powerful, because in real conversation the missing word will not always be a simple object. Sometimes it will be an emotion, a professional term, an action, a personality trait, an idea, a medical object, a piece of technology, a cultural concept. If you learn the habit of description, you always have somewhere to go. Another exercise is called 3 roads. Choose one idea and express it 3 ways. For example, idea: you are tired. I'm exhausted. I'm really tired. I don't have much energy today. Idea: something is expensive. It's too expensive. It costs a lot. It's more money than I want to spend. Idea: you disagree. I don't agree. I see it differently. I'm not sure I see it that way. This teaches your brain that language is flexible. The more ways you can express one meaning, the less power any single missing word has over you. Now notice something else. This skill can actually improve your vocabulary. When you describe a missing word, the listener may give you the exact word. You say, "It's that feeling when you are happy because something bad did not happen." They say, "Relief?" Now relief is connected to a real situation, a real conversation, and your own explanation. That word may become much easier to remember next time. So paraphrasing is not the enemy of vocabulary learning. It can become a path toward deeper vocabulary. Another major mistake is apologizing too much when a word disappears. Some learners say, sorry, my English is very bad. I forgot the word, sorry." Now the missing word has become the center of the conversation. You do not need that. A calm, "I can't remember the word, but," is enough. Then continue. The more calmly you treat the gap, the less important it feels to both you and the listener. Your confidence should not depend on remembering everything. Confidence can also mean, "I know how to recover." That is a stronger kind of confidence. You do not feel safe because nothing will go wrong. You feel safe because you know what to do when something goes wrong. This is the kind of confidence fluent speaking needs. Think about a driver. A confident driver is not someone who believes the road will always be perfect. They know how to slow down, turn, stop, change lanes, and respond when something unexpected happens. Speaking works the same way. You need recovery skills. One missing word is simply a small obstacle in the road. Do not crash the whole conversation because of it. Go around. Now imagine yourself in a real conversation tomorrow. You want to explain something. One word disappears. This time, instead of freezing, you hear a new voice in your mind. Protect the meaning. You try a simpler word. If that fails, you describe it. If that feels awkward, you rebuild the sentence. You continue. Perhaps the listener even supplies the missing word. You say, "Exactly, that's the word," and the conversation keeps moving. That moment may feel small, but it represents a major change in your English. You are no longer dependent on perfect recall. You have become flexible, and flexibility is one of the foundations of real fluency. So after this chapter, I want you to stop measuring your English by this question: did I remember every word? Measure it by a better question: did I successfully communicate what I meant? If the answer is yes, you succeeded. Even if you used a simpler word, even if you described something, even if another person helped you, even if the sentence was not the sentence you originally planned, the listener understood you. The conversation survived, the meaning reached the other person. That is communication. And from now on, whenever one English word disappears, remember, your sentence still has hundreds of other words available. Your idea still exists. Your conversation is still alive. Do not stop for the missing word. Say it another way, and keep going. Chapter 2. Describe the word you cannot remember. There is a powerful speaking skill that can rescue you even when your vocabulary completely fails. Description. Imagine you are in the middle of a conversation, and you want to say umbrella. You know exactly what an umbrella is. You can see it in your mind. You know when people use it, but the English word refuses to appear. Most learners immediately search harder. It is, what is the word? Then the conversation slows down, but there is another possibility. You simply say, "It's the thing you hold over your head when it rains." The listener understands immediately. Maybe they even say, "An umbrella?" And you answer, "Yes, exactly." The missing word did not defeat you. You communicated the idea without it. This chapter is going to teach you how to do that deliberately, quickly, and naturally. Because when you can describe what you cannot name, your vocabulary becomes much larger than the number of words you actually remember. Think about that carefully. A learner may know 5,000 English words but freeze whenever word number 5001 is needed. Another learner may know fewer words but can explain unfamiliar ideas using the words they already have. Which learner is more powerful in a real conversation? Usually the second one. This is why vocabulary size and communication ability are not exactly the same thing. The ability to build meaning from simple English can save you again and again. Let us begin with physical objects, because they are the easiest place to train this skill. Suppose you forget the word stapler. Do not search your memory for 10 seconds. Ask yourself, what does this thing do? Then say, it's the small tool that joins papers together. You forget thermometer. It's the thing you use to check your temperature when you're sick. You forget ladder. It's something you climb when you need to reach a high place. You forget wallet. It's the small thing where you keep your money and cards. Notice what you are doing. You are moving from name to function. The name is missing, but the function is available. And function is one of the strongest rescue paths in English. Whenever you cannot remember the name of an object, ask, what do people use it for? That one question can rescue hundreds of words. You forget blender. It's a kitchen machine you use to mix food or make drinks. You forget vacuum cleaner. It's the machine you use to clean dust from the floor. You forget tripod. It's the stand you put a camera on so it stays still. You forget headphones. They're the things you put over your ears to listen privately. You are not giving a dictionary definition. You are giving the listener enough information to recognize the thing. That is an important difference. Your description does not need to be perfect. It only needs to be useful. Suppose you say, the machine that makes bread hot. Maybe you mean toaster. Is that the most elegant definition in English? No. Does it communicate? Probably. That is enough in the moment. Later you can learn a better description, but conversation rewards speed and clarity more than perfect dictionary language. Now imagine you cannot remember what something is used for, but you can remember what it looks like. That gives you a second rescue path. Appearance. Suppose you forget zebra. You can say, it's an animal that looks like a horse but has black and white stripes. You forget triangle. It's a shape with 3 sides. You forget bracelet. It's jewelry that you wear around your wrist. You forget beard. It's the hair that grows on the lower part of a man's face. The listener does not need the missing word first. They need enough clues to build the picture. This teaches you something important about communication. When a word disappears, create the image instead. If the listener can see the idea in their mind, communication is already happening. Let us make this more practical. Suppose you are traveling and need something at a hotel. You want to ask for an iron, but the word disappears. You could stand there thinking, iron, iron, what was that word? Or you could say, do you have the thing you use to remove wrinkles from clothes? The hotel employee understands. Problem solved. Now imagine you are at a hardware store and cannot remember hammer. Say, I need a tool for hitting nails into wood. You do not need to feel embarrassed. You are doing exactly what language is designed to do, transferring meaning from one mind to another. The next rescue path is location. Sometimes the easiest way to describe something is to say where people normally find it. You forget reception. It's the desk near the entrance where you check in. You forget platform. It's the place at the station where you wait for the train. You forget pharmacy. It's the shop where you buy medicine. You forget bakery. It's the place where they make and sell bread and cakes. Location is especially useful when describing places, businesses, rooms, buildings, and objects. You can combine location with function. It's something in the kitchen that keeps food cold. Now the listener will probably think, refrigerator. This is what strong description looks like. You do not need one perfect clue. You can combine several simple clues. What does it do? What does it look like? Where do you find it? What is it similar to? Who uses it? These questions give you multiple ways into the same idea. Now let us move beyond objects. What happens if the word you forget is an action? This is where many learners become stuck because they cannot point to an object. Suppose you forget the verb whisper. You can explain. It means speaking very quietly so only someone close to you can hear. You forget borrow. It means taking something from someone for a short time and giving it back later. You forget interrupt. It's when you start speaking before the other person finishes. You forget postpone. It means moving something to a later time or date. You forget complain. It means talking about something you are unhappy with because you want it to change. Again, you are not trapped. Verbs can be described through what happens before, during, and after the action. This becomes especially useful when the missing verb is abstract. Suppose you cannot remember hesitate. Say, it's when you pause because you are not sure what to do or say. You forget regret. It's when you wish you had done something differently. You forget avoid. It means trying not to do something or not to meet something. Now you are doing something deeper than vocabulary recall. You are learning to explain meaning itself. That is an extremely powerful speaking ability. There is another benefit here. When you can explain a word in simple English, you often understand that word much more deeply. A learner who only knows hesitate =, a translation in their first language may forget it easily. But a learner who can explain hesitate means you stop for a moment because you are uncertain, has built several connections around the word. Those connections make vocabulary easier to retrieve later. So description is not only an emergency strategy, it is also a vocabulary building strategy. Now let us move to feelings, because this is where learners often become frustrated. You want to say exactly how you feel, but the emotional word disappears. Suppose you forget relieved. You could say, I was worried before, but then I found out everything was okay, so I felt much better. That sentence communicates relief even without the word relieved. You forget embarrassed. I felt uncomfortable because everyone noticed the mistake I made. You forget disappointed. I expected something better, but it did not happen, so I felt bad about it. You forget jealous. I felt uncomfortable because someone else had something I wanted. You forget overwhelmed. There were too many things happening at the same time, and I felt like I could not handle everything. This is extremely useful because emotional vocabulary is often difficult to recall during real emotional moments. When you are nervous, angry, excited, or upset, your brain may not give you the perfect adjective, but you can still explain the experience. In fact, sometimes the explanation communicates more than the single word. Instead of, I was overwhelmed, you might say, I had messages coming in, 3 things to finish, people asking me questions, and I didn't know what to do first. Now the listener can feel what happened. That is not weaker English. That can be stronger communication. The same idea works with personality. Suppose you forget generous. He is the kind of person who is always willing to give or help other people. You forget stubborn. She doesn't easily change her mind, even when other people disagree. You forget reliable. You can trust him to do what he says he will do. You forget introverted. She usually prefers quiet situations and does not always enjoy being around large groups. Notice how much freedom you have once you stop believing that the missing adjective is the only way forward. Now let us work with places. Places are easy to describe using 3 things. What happens there? Who goes there? What do you find there? Suppose you forget courthouse. It's the building where legal cases are heard by judges. You forget warehouse. It's a large building where companies keep products before sending them somewhere. You forget nursery. Depending on context, you could say, it's a place where young children are looked after during the day. You forget laboratory. It's the place where scientists do experiments and tests. You do not need to panic when a place name disappears. Describe the activity inside it. Now imagine you forget the name of a person's job. You forget electrician. It's the person who fixes electrical problems in houses and buildings. You forget plumber. It's the person who fixes pipes, sinks, and water problems. You forget receptionist. It's the person at the front desk who answers questions and helps visitors. You forget photographer. It's someone whose job is taking professional photos. This can rescue you in everyday conversations, travel, work, emergencies, and appointments. And notice what is happening. Every time you describe a word successfully, you prove something to yourself. My speaking does not depend on remembering one label. That confidence grows with practice. Now let us tackle a harder category, abstract ideas. Suppose you want to say privacy, but the word disappears. You can say, the right to keep your personal life or information away from other people. You forget deadline. The final time or date when something must be finished. You forget motivation. The reason or energy that makes you want to do something. You forget responsibility. Something you are expected to take care of or do. You forget opportunity. A good chance to do something useful or important. If you can describe abstract words, you become much harder to silence, because now even advanced ideas are not dependent on one advanced vocabulary item. This skill can completely transform your English, but there is one problem learners face when trying to describe things. Their descriptions become too long and complicated. For example, they forget umbrella and begin. It is the object that people normally use when the weather situation becomes like water is coming from the sky and they want their body not to become. Now the rescue sentence becomes harder than the missing word. Do not do that. Your description should be built from simple pieces. Instead of, the object utilized for protecting an individual from atmospheric precipitation, say, the thing you use when it rains. Simple wins. Remember, you are escaping difficulty. Do not build another difficult sentence around it. Use the easiest English available. This is why learners should practice what I call small description. Try to describe something in one short sentence first. It's something you use for. It's a place where. It's a person who. It means when. It looks like. It's similar to. These sentence frames are incredibly powerful. Memorize the pattern, not the answer. Then you can use the pattern with hundreds of different words. For example, it's something you use for a key, opening a lock, a charger, giving power to your phone, a thermometer, checking temperature, a helmet, protecting your head. The frame stays, the meaning changes. Now take. It's a place where. A library. People borrow or read books. A gym. People go to exercise. A clinic. People go for medical care. A garage. Cars are repaired. One pattern gives you many rescue possibilities. Take. It means when. You speak before someone finishes. Delay. Something happens later than expected. Forgive. You stop holding anger against someone for what they did. Celebrate. You do something special because something good happened. This is practical English. You are building verbal tools that work when memory does not. Now let us make the training more challenging. I want you to play a game with yourself called Forbidden Word. Choose a common word, for example, phone. Now explain phone without using the word phone, mobile, or cell. You might say, it's the small device people carry to call others, send messages, take photos, and use the internet. Next word, restaurant. You cannot use restaurant. It's a place where people go to order food and eat meals prepared for them. Next word, teacher. It's a person whose job is helping students learn. Next word, angry. It's the feeling you have when something makes you very upset and you want to react strongly. Do 10 of these every day. At first, it may feel slow. That is good. You are forcing your brain to create alternative routes. After a few weeks, something changes. In real conversation, a word disappears and your brain no longer says, stop. It starts producing clues automatically. That is exactly the reflex we want. Another exercise is guess my word. Practice with a friend, teacher, speaking partner, or even alone. Choose a word and describe it without saying it. For example, it's something you usually find in a bedroom. You sleep on it. Answer, bed. Then make it harder. It's something people feel when they expected a good result, but the result was worse than expected. Answer, disappointment. This turns vocabulary practice into speaking practice. Most vocabulary study asks, do you know this word? This exercise asks, can you communicate this idea without the word? That is a much stronger test of flexibility. Now let us talk about comparison. One of the easiest ways to describe something. When the exact word is missing, connect it to something the listener already knows. You forget crocodile. It's a large reptile, similar to an alligator. You forget tablet. It's like a large phone, but people usually use it for reading, videos, or work. You forget hostel. It's like a hotel, but usually cheaper, and people often share rooms. You forget scooter. It's a small vehicle, similar to a motorcycle. Comparison is powerful because you do not need to build the idea from zero. You borrow a familiar idea and show the difference. Use phrases such as, it's like, it's similar to, it's the opposite of, it's bigger than, it's smaller than. It's a kind of, it's basically. These phrases create quick bridges. Suppose you forget basement. It's the part of a building below the ground floor. You forget suburb. It's an area outside the center of a city where many people live. Again, you keep meaning alive with relationships between ideas. Now consider a real conversation. You are telling someone about your weekend. We went to this place where you cannot remember aquarium. Instead of stopping, you continue. Mile. Where they keep lots of fish and sea animals in huge glass tanks. The listener says, oh, an aquarium? Yes, an aquarium. It was amazing. Notice the important part. After recovering the word, you immediately return to the story. Do not turn the conversation into a vocabulary lesson. Do not say, aquarium, yes. I always forget this word. Aquarium. How do you spell it? Unless you genuinely want to study it at that moment. Continue your message. Your original purpose was to tell the story. Keep the conversation moving. This is a subtle but important habit. The rescue strategy exists to save communication, not replace communication. Now imagine you are speaking with someone who does not know the word either. You describe something, and they cannot guess. That is fine. You can continue without ever finding the exact word. Suppose, I bought that thing you put around your neck when it's cold. They cannot remember scarf either. Does the conversation need to stop? No. If they understand what you mean, you can simply continue. Anyway, I bought one because it was freezing outside. The exact word may never appear. Communication still succeeded. This is a very important shift for learners. Sometimes you will never recover the word during that conversation. And nothing bad happens. You still communicated. Another skill is learning how much description is enough. Imagine you forget microwave. You say, it's a kitchen machine. Too broad. There are many kitchen machines. Add another clue. It's a kitchen machine that heats food very quickly. Now it is probably enough. If needed, you put the food inside and set the time. Stop once the listener understands. You do not need 5 more sentences. This is a great communication skill. Give one clue, watch the listener. Add another only if necessary. Description should be interactive. You say, it's a tool for cutting. The listener may already say, scissors? Great. You are done. Do not continue the definition you prepared. Listen to the listener while you speak. Real communication is collaborative. Another powerful method is to explain using category plus difference. First say what general group the thing belongs to, then explain what makes it special. For example, it's a kind of bird that cannot fly and lives in very cold places. Penguin. It's a type of doctor who works mainly with children. Pediatrician. It's a kind of vehicle with 2 wheels and an engine. Motorcycle. It's a type of fruit with a hard outside and sweet yellow flesh. Pineapple. This is one of the most efficient description structures in English. It's a kind of X that Y. Learn this pattern well. It can rescue nouns, professions, animals, tools, technology, food, and many other categories. For abstract language, use. It's the feeling when. It's the situation where. It's the idea that. It's when someone. For example, it's the feeling when you are afraid something bad might happen. Anxiety or worry. It's when someone treats another person unfairly because of who they are. Discrimination. It's the situation where you have to choose between 2 difficult options. A dilemma. Look at how far simple English can take you. You do not need advanced vocabulary to explain advanced ideas. You need control over simple language. That is why this book is not telling you to stop learning vocabulary. You should absolutely keep learning words. But your speaking ability should never depend completely on perfect vocabulary recall. Vocabulary gives you more direct roads. Description gives you alternative roads. You need both. Now I want you to change how you practice new vocabulary from today. When you learn a new word, do not only learn the meaning. Ask yourself, if I forgot this word tomorrow, how would I explain it? Suppose the new word is deadline, meaning deadline. Now explain it. The final time when something must be finished. New word, generous. Someone who likes giving and helping other people. New word, refund. Money you get back after returning something. New word, interrupt. Start speaking before another person finishes. This creates a backup route in your memory. If the word disappears, the idea remains accessible. Even better, the explanation helps strengthen the word itself. Now let us look at a common situation learners fear: forgetting a word during work or professional conversation. You are explaining a problem and forget a technical term. Do not immediately lose confidence. Say, I can't remember the exact term, but I mean the part that controls, or I'm forgetting the name, but it's the process where professionals do this too. People forget terminology, even in their first language. The important difference is whether the missing term destroys the message. If you can explain the function or concept, you remain part of the conversation. For example, I can't remember the exact word, but it's the document we send before the final payment request. Someone says, the invoice. Yes, the invoice. Nothing terrible happened. The conversation continued. You should also practice describing people without labels. Suppose you cannot remember someone's job title. Instead of stopping, say, she works with companies and helps them plan their finances. Maybe she is a financial consultant. You do not need the exact title to continue your story. Or, he works at the airport and helps control which planes can take off and land. Air traffic controller. Again, meaning first, label second. This mindset is extremely freeing. Your mind contains far more meaning than vocabulary. You know thousands of concepts even when the English labels are temporarily unavailable. Description allows you to access that knowledge. Another important point: do not translate your description into a complicated version of English. Stay inside vocabulary you trust. If you forget faucet, do not search for another rare noun. Say, the thing where the water comes out in the sink. If you forget pedestrian, say, a person walking on the street. If you forget pedestrian crossing, say, the place where people cross the road. Simple English is your rescue language. Keep it strong. Now let us create a 5-minute daily training routine. For the first minute, choose 3 objects around you and describe them without naming them. For the second minute, choose 2 actions and explain them. For the third minute, choose 2 feelings and describe what creates them. For the fourth minute, choose 1 place and 1 profession. For the final minute, choose 1 difficult idea and explain it using only simple English. Do this daily. Do not write first. Speak immediately. The goal is speed. You want your brain to learn. When the label is unavailable, explanation begins automatically. After enough repetition, you will notice yourself doing this naturally in conversation. You forget receipt. Instead of freezing, can I have the paper showing what I paid for? You forget appointment. I have a time booked with the dentist tomorrow. You forget replace. Can you take this one and give me another one? You forget recommend. What do you think I should choose? Your English keeps working. And something even more important begins happening. You stop becoming afraid of missing vocabulary. Why? Because your brain finally trusts that there is another option. Fear becomes smaller when you have a plan. Before this skill, forgetting a word meant danger, silence, embarrassment. After this skill, forgetting a word means describe it. That is a much easier problem. And when the fear decreases, memory often works better too. You speak more freely because you are no longer demanding perfection from every sentence. That freedom is one of the hidden benefits of paraphrasing. The strongest speakers are not always the people with the biggest vocabulary. They are often the people with the greatest flexibility. They can move, they can adjust, they can explain, they can simplify, they can build a picture. They can use one idea to reach another. That is what you are developing. So from today, whenever a word disappears, do not think, I cannot say this. Ask, what does it do? What does it look like? Where do you find it? What happens when you use it? Who uses it? What is it similar to? What feeling or situation does it describe? One of those questions will usually open a door. And once the listener understands the idea, you have already won. The exact word may arrive later. The listener may give it to you, or it may never come. That is okay. Your goal was never to prove that you know every English word. Your goal was to make another human being understand what was inside your mind. And if you can do that even without the missing word, then the missing word no longer controls your English. You control the meaning. That is the skill I want you to carry into the next conversation. When the word disappears, do not search longer. Describe smarter. Chapter 3. Use the simple word before the perfect word. There is another reason one missing word can destroy an entire English sentence, and this time the problem is not that you know no word at all. The problem is that the word already available in your mind feels too simple. You want to say exhausted, but your brain gives you very tired. You want to say furious, but the first phrase that appears is very angry. You want to say purchase, but buy comes first. You want to say approximately, but your mind gives you about. And instead of using the simple word and continuing, you reject it. You think, no, there is a better word, I know it. Wait, what was it? Then the search begins. Your sentence slows down. Your attention leaves the conversation and moves into your vocabulary memory. You start testing words inside your head. The other person waits. The pressure increases. And finally, the perfect word may arrive, but by that point your fluency has already disappeared. This chapter is going to teach you one of the most freeing habits in spoken English. When a clear, simple word arrives first, use it. Do not punish yourself because your first word is not impressive. Do not stop a living conversation to search for a word that would make the sentence only slightly better. The purpose of speaking is not to prove how advanced your vocabulary is. The purpose is to move meaning from your mind into another person's mind. If very tired does that job, use it. If buy does the job, use it. If big problem communicates the idea, keep moving. You can always develop richer vocabulary over time. But in real-time speaking, the word you can access quickly is often more useful than the word you know but cannot reach. Imagine you are telling someone about your day. You want to say, I was absolutely exhausted after the meeting, but exhausted does not appear. Your old habit might be, after the meeting I was very, what is the word? When you have no energy, now the story has stopped because you rejected tired. Instead say, I was really tired after the meeting. Continue the story. Maybe 30 seconds later, exhausted suddenly comes back to you. Fine. You can use it next time. But the important thing is that your story survived. This sounds simple, but many intermediate and advanced learners struggle with it because their standards become higher as their English improves. A beginner may happily say, the movie was very good. An intermediate learner knows words like excellent, brilliant, impressive, entertaining, fascinating, moving, so suddenly good feels embarrassing. The learner begins believing that every sentence must prove their level. That belief creates hesitation. You do not need to sound advanced in every sentence. Fluent speakers use simple words constantly. They say, good, bad, big, small, buy, get, make, help, tired, happy, sad, hard. The power of fluent speech does not come from replacing every simple word with a sophisticated one. It comes from using words naturally, clearly, quickly, and appropriately. Sometimes I'm really tired is better than I'm experiencing extreme physical exhaustion. Sometimes we need to fix this is better than we need to rectify this situation. Sometimes I don't like it is exactly what the moment needs. Natural English is not a vocabulary competition. This matters because many learners spend years collecting advanced words but never learn when not to use them. They see lists online. Instead of very tired, say exhausted. Instead of very angry, say furious. Instead of very hungry, say starving. Instead of very beautiful, say gorgeous. These lists can be useful for vocabulary growth, but they can accidentally create a bad speaking habit if you begin believing the simpler phrase is wrong. It is not wrong. Very tired is normal English. Very angry is normal English. Very beautiful is normal English. The stronger word gives you another option. It should increase your freedom, not reduce it. Vocabulary should give you more roads. It should never convince you that the simple road is closed. This is especially important under pressure. Imagine you are in a job interview, and the interviewer asks, "Tell me about a difficult situation you handled." You know the word challenging, but in that moment it does not come. Do not sit there searching for it. Say, "One difficult situation I had was." Now you are answering the question. Your communication is moving. The interviewer is much more interested in the story than whether you used difficult or challenging. Imagine someone asks, "What did you think of the presentation?" You wanted to say insightful, but it disappears. Say, "I thought it was really useful. It gave me a different way to think about the problem." In fact, that answer may communicate more than the single word insightful. This reveals something important. Sometimes searching for a better word makes your English less expressive because you become obsessed with one adjective when you could simply explain your thought. You do not need one powerful word to carry everything. You can distribute the meaning across several simple words. Instead of, "The experience was overwhelming," you can say, "There was so much happening at once that I didn't know what to focus on." Instead of, "His answer was ambiguous," say, "His answer wasn't very clear. I couldn't tell exactly what he meant." Instead of, "The project was unsuccessful," say, "The project didn't work the way we hoped." Simple English can carry sophisticated ideas when you know how to combine it. That should change the way you think about vocabulary. Advanced communication does not always require advanced words. Sometimes it requires better control of ordinary words. Let us look at a very common speaking problem. A learner wants to say, "I was disappointed with the result." The word disappointed does not appear. The learner knows something is wrong emotionally, but keeps searching. I was not happy, but not angry, something. That sentence may eventually work, but the learner is still treating the missing adjective as the destination. Instead, simply say, "I wasn't happy with the result because I expected something better." Now the meaning is clear. Perhaps you did not use the exact emotional label, but you communicated the emotional experience. This chapter is about learning to trust that clarity can come from combinations, not only from perfect vocabulary. There is another trap. Learners sometimes know several possible words and waste time choosing between them. Suppose you want to describe a building. Your mind gives you big, then huge, then massive, then enormous. Now you stop and ask, which one sounds best? But if the conversation is moving, you may not need that decision. Say, "It was huge." Continue. You can refine your vocabulary during writing because writing gives you time. Speaking usually does not. This is one of the biggest differences between written and spoken English. When writing, you can stop, delete, replace, search, rewrite, compare words. In conversation, the listener is receiving your language in real time. If you spend 8 seconds finding the perfect adjective, you may create more communication difficulty than the perfect adjective solves. So learn to separate two skills. Vocabulary improvement happens during study. Vocabulary selection happens during conversation. During study, be curious. Learn alternatives. Compare meanings. Notice which word is more precise. During speaking, be practical. Use the clearest available word and move. This separation will make you much freer. Let us build a system for doing this. Imagine your vocabulary as 3 shelves. The first shelf contains words that come immediately. These are your fast words. You do not need to search for them. Words like good, bad, big, small, tired, worried, happy, difficult, buy, help, change, problem, idea, thing. Your second shelf contains words you know well but sometimes need a moment to retrieve. Words such as exhausted, anxious, enormous, purchase, improve, disappointing, complicated, convenient. Your third shelf contains words you recognize when reading or listening but rarely use spontaneously. maybe, meticulous, detrimental, compelling, unprecedented, ambiguous, substantial. Many learners make a mistake. While speaking, they keep trying to pull words from shelf 3. Then they become frustrated that their speech is slow. Your goal should be different. Speak mainly from shelf 1 and shelf 2. Over time, move useful words from shelf 3 into shelf 2 through practice. Then move your favorite useful words from shelf 2 into shelf 1. That is how active vocabulary grows. You do not force advanced words into conversation before they are ready. You practice them until they become fast. This distinction between recognition vocabulary and speaking vocabulary is very important. You may understand a word instantly when you hear it, but still struggle to produce it. That does not mean you never learned it. It means the word is not yet strongly connected to speaking. For example, you may immediately understand frustrated when someone says, I'm really frustrated with this computer. But when your own computer stops working, your mouth gives you, I'm very angry because it doesn't work. Do not criticize yourself. Use the available sentence. Then later, practice. I'm frustrated because it keeps crashing. I was frustrated with the delay. It's frustrating when this happens. You are strengthening the road to that word. Eventually, frustrated may begin appearing automatically. That is vocabulary activation. It happens through repeated use, not through stopping a conversation and desperately demanding that the word appear. Now let us learn a very useful tool I call the word ladder. A word ladder gives you levels of expression. For example, tired, very tired, exhausted, angry, very angry, furious, big, very big, huge, enormous, good, very good, excellent, scared, very scared, terrified, interesting, very interesting, fascinating. You do not need to always climb to the top. The ladder exists so you have options. If exhausted appears naturally, use it. If it does not, step down, very tired. If even that feels difficult because your mind is under pressure, tired. Communication continues. This is one of the most important mental changes you can make. Going to an easier word is not failure, it is recovery. You are not losing English. You are choosing an accessible version of English. Think about how a driver changes gears. Using a lower gear is not proof that the car is broken. It is what allows the car to keep moving under different conditions. Your vocabulary works similarly. When the conversation becomes fast or difficult, use your strongest, most automatic language. When you have more time, use more precise language. Adapt. Do not force. Now let us use this with verbs. Suppose you want to say, we postponed the meeting. You forget postponed. Your simpler road is, we moved the meeting to another day. You want. She declined the invitation. Say. She said no to the invitation. You want. He assisted me. Say. He helped me. You want. They purchased a new house. Say. They bought a new house. Notice something interesting. Sometimes the simpler version is actually more common in spoken English. Learners sometimes believe advanced vocabulary always sounds more fluent, but formal words can make everyday conversation sound unnatural. A fluent speaker is not someone who always chooses the most difficult word. A fluent speaker chooses the word that fits the situation. If you tell your friend, I purchased some coffee this morning, it is grammatically correct. But, I bought some coffee this morning usually sounds more natural in casual conversation. So simplicity is not merely an emergency solution, it is often good spoken English. This chapter is therefore teaching two skills at once. First, how to continue when a stronger word disappears. Second, how to stop making English unnecessarily difficult. Many learners are trying to climb upward all the time. More advanced grammar, more advanced vocabulary, longer sentences, more formal expressions. But spoken English often improves when you also learn to move downward towards simplicity. You can express a complex thought with short, clear sentences. You can explain an advanced idea with familiar vocabulary. You can sound intelligent without sounding complicated. That is a powerful level of language control. Let us take an advanced idea. Constant comparison with others can gradually damage your self-confidence. Maybe the word comparison disappears. Maybe gradually disappears. Maybe self-confidence becomes difficult. You can still say, if you always compare yourself with other people, little by little you may stop believing in yourself. The second sentence uses mostly simple English, but the idea is not simple. This is exactly what you need to understand. Simple words do not mean simple thinking. You can carry deep ideas with ordinary vocabulary. This should give learners tremendous confidence. Maybe your English vocabulary is not yet as large as you want. Fine. Your thoughts do not have to wait until your vocabulary catches up. Learn to build bridges with what you already know. Imagine you are explaining, the company is facing financial instability. The word instability disappears. Say, the company is having money problems, and things are not very stable right now. You still communicated the idea you want. The decision had unexpected consequences. You cannot remember consequences. Say, the decision caused some problems we didn't expect. You want. The environment was intimidating. You forget intimidating. Say, the place made me feel nervous because everyone seemed very serious. Your English survives because you are not dependent on one vocabulary level. This flexibility becomes especially important during emotional conversations. When you are excited, nervous, upset, embarrassed, or under pressure, your advanced vocabulary may become slower. That is normal. Your brain is doing several things at once. It is understanding the other person, choosing what to say, monitoring their reaction, managing emotion, building grammar, finding vocabulary, producing pronunciation. If you demand the perfect word on top of all that, you overload yourself. So during difficult moments, intentionally make your English simpler. This is not weakness, it is a strategy. If you are trying to explain a serious problem, clarity matters more than elegance. Instead of searching for, I found his behavior extremely disrespectful and inappropriate. If those words do not arrive, say, I didn't like the way he spoke to me. It felt rude, clear, direct, useful. That is successful English. Now let us address a fear many learners have. If I keep using simple words, how will my English ever become advanced? Excellent question. The answer is that you need two different modes. Call the first one communication mode. In communication mode, your goal is to keep meaning moving. Use whatever clear language is available. Call the second one growth mode. After the conversation, reflect. What word did you want? What simpler phrase did you use? What stronger word could you learn for next time? For example, during conversation, I was very tired. Later you think, I wanted exhausted. Now practice. I was exhausted after work. By the end of the trip, we were completely exhausted. I'm exhausted. I need some rest. Now the advanced word becomes easier to access. Next time it may appear naturally. This is how you grow without sacrificing fluency. Do not learn while the conversation is waiting. Communicate first. Improve afterward. That principle alone can remove huge amounts of pressure. Let us create another exercise called Simple First, Stronger Second. Take an idea and say it in simple English first. For example, I'm very worried about tomorrow. Then upgrade. I'm really anxious about tomorrow. Simple. The place was very crowded. Stronger. The place was packed. Simple. The movie was very interesting. Stronger. The movie was fascinating. Simple. She was very angry. Stronger. She was furious. Simple. The meal was very good. Stronger. The meal was excellent. Why practice in this order? Because you are teaching your brain that the simple version is always a safe foundation. If the stronger word arrives, excellent. If it does not, you already have a complete sentence. This is much better than learning only the advanced word and then freezing when you cannot retrieve it. Now reverse the exercise. Start with an advanced sentence and force yourself to simplify it. The outcome was extremely disappointing. Simplify. The result was much worse than I expected. The instructions were unnecessarily complicated. Simplify. The instructions were harder than they needed to be. His explanation was incredibly confusing. Simplify. I couldn't understand his explanation. The change was beneficial. The change helped us. This exercise is powerful because it teaches your brain to move both directions. Advanced to simple, simple to advanced. That movement is flexibility. A learner who knows only one way to say something is fragile. A learner who can move between levels is resilient. Now let us talk about one of the most dangerous words in a learner's mind. Better. You are speaking and think. There must be a better word. Maybe there is. But does the conversation need it? Suppose you say, the food was very good. Your brain says, no, say delicious. If delicious appears immediately, use it. But if it does not, do not stop. The other person already understands you. Sometimes the search for better English creates worse communication. Think about that. Your vocabulary becomes more advanced, but your pauses become longer. Your sentences become more sophisticated, but your confidence becomes weaker. Your word choice improves, but your conversation becomes less natural. That is not the trade you want. Advanced English should make communication easier. If it makes communication harder, simplify until your speaking becomes stable again. Then build upward from that stable foundation. Another important habit is creating your own safe word bank. These are simple words and phrases you can access almost instantly. For describing size, big, small, very small. For opinions, I like it, I don't like it, I think it's good, I'm not sure about it. For difficulty, hard, easy, difficult, confusing. For emotion, happy, sad, angry, worried, tired, excited, uncomfortable. For change, get better, get worse, become bigger, become smaller, change a lot. For decisions, choose, decide, change my mind, say yes, say no. For explanations, the reason is, what I mean is, basically, the problem is, the main thing is. These are not glamorous expressions, they are reliable. When your mind is under pressure, reliability matters. Think of these words as your speaking foundation. Advanced vocabulary can sit on top of it. Do not remove the foundation because you want the building to look more impressive. Now let us imagine a real conversation. Someone asks, "What did you think of the new system at work?" You want to sound intelligent. Your mind searches for efficient, user-friendly, intuitive, streamlined. Nothing comes fast enough, so you hesitate. Instead, start with what you have. I think it's much easier to use than the old system. We can finish things faster, and there are fewer steps. Look at that answer. You may not have used efficient or streamlined, but you clearly explained why the system is better. That is valuable communication. In fact, it may be better than simply saying, "It's efficient." Explanation often beats vocabulary. Another person asks, "What was your first impression of him?" You wanted approachable. It disappears. Say, "He seemed friendly and easy to talk to." That is excellent English. You wanted arrogant. Say, "He acted like he thought he was better than everyone else." You wanted reserved. Say, "He was quiet and didn't say very much at first." This is how you protect yourself from vocabulary gaps. You do not need the label if you can communicate the behavior. Now we can make the skill even stronger by practicing meaning levels. Suppose the word is furious. Level 1, angry. Level 2, very angry. Level 3, furious. If level 3 is available, use it. If not, level 2. If not, level 1. Suppose the word is enormous. Level 1, big. Level 2, very big. Level 3, huge. Level 4, enormous. You always have somewhere to fall safely. This removes the feeling that vocabulary retrieval is all or nothing. Maybe the exact word you wanted is missing. So what? You still have meaning at another level. That should become your new reaction. Not, "I forgot the word." But, what is the easier version? This question can save you instantly. Let us practice with examples. You forget terrified. Ask, "What is the easier version?" Very scared. You forget affordable. Not too expensive. You forget reliable. Someone you can trust. You forget inconvenient. It makes things difficult. You forget temporary. Only for a short time. You forget essential. Very important. You forget frequently. Very often. You forget immediately. Right away. You forget approximately. About. You forget recommend. Tell someone something is good and they should try it. The goal is not to memorize all these pairs. The goal is to develop the habit of stepping downward until your English becomes available again. Now let us talk about mistakes. Sometimes learners hesitate because they are not sure whether the advanced word is exactly correct. Maybe you remember sensible and sensitive, but you are unsure which one you need. Do not gamble if you can communicate safely with simple English. Instead of risking the wrong word, say what you mean. She gets hurt easily by what people say. That clearly communicates sensitive. Or, that seems like a practical and reasonable decision. That communicates sensible. Later, check the word. During conversation, protect meaning. This is especially useful with pairs that learners often confuse. Economic/economical, effective/efficient, historic/historical, personal/personnel, sensible/sensitive. If uncertainty about one word threatens your sentence, simplify. The ability to avoid a vocabulary trap is also part of fluency. Now let us address another problem. Learners sometimes use an advanced word because they know it, even when they are not completely sure how natural it sounds. For example, they may learn utilize and begin replacing use everywhere. I utilized my phone to call him. Possible, but unnecessarily formal in normal conversation. I used my phone to call him is simpler and more natural. They learn commence and replace start. We commenced eating at 7. Again, grammatically possible, but not the normal choice in casual speech. Natural English is not created by continuously upgrading every common word. Sometimes the most fluent choice is the simplest one. That should be a relief. You do not need a thesaurus in your mouth. You need language that fits the moment. A useful question is, would I choose this word because it communicates better, or only because it sounds advanced? If the answer is only to sound advanced, be careful. Choose clarity. Now I want to give you a challenge for the next 7 days. For 7 days, practice speaking without searching. Choose a topic and speak for 2 minutes. Your day, your work, a movie, your hometown, something you learned, a problem you solved, a place you want to visit. Whenever a better word appears immediately, use it. Whenever it does not, do not stop to search. Use the simplest available alternative and keep talking. If you cannot remember delicious, say really good. If you cannot remember crowded, say full of people. If you cannot remember convenient, say easy for me. If you cannot remember frustrating, say it makes me annoyed or it's difficult and annoying. Record yourself. After 2 minutes, review the recording. Now you may pause and ask, which simple phrases could I upgrade? Choose only 3, not 20. Practice those 3 stronger alternatives. Tomorrow, speak again. This method protects fluency while steadily expanding active vocabulary. That is much more effective than stuffing 50 advanced words into your mind and expecting them to appear during spontaneous speech. Active vocabulary grows through repeated successful use. You want words that can survive pressure, not words that exist only on flashcards. Now imagine what happens after a month of this practice. At first you often say, very tired. You practice exhausted repeatedly. Soon, during conversation, exhausted appears without effort. Excellent. Now it belongs to your faster vocabulary. You used to say, very crowded. You practice packed-in natural sentences. Eventually, the train was packed, comes automatically. You did not force the transformation, you trained it. That is how natural speaking develops. Another powerful exercise is to tell the same story twice. The first time, use only very simple English. No pressure, just tell the story clearly. The second time, tell the same story again and upgrade only a few expressions. First version, we went to a very nice place. There were a lot of people, but the food was very good. I was very tired when we got home. Second version, we went to a beautiful little restaurant. It was packed, but the food was excellent. I was exhausted when we got home. Notice what happened. Because the story was already built, your brain had more space for vocabulary. This teaches you how stronger vocabulary can grow from a simple foundation. Do not try to build the story and search for impressive words at exactly the same time when you are still developing fluency. First make the road, then improve the road. Now let us return to the real problem behind this chapter. One missing word should not stop you, but sometimes the word is not truly missing. A simpler version is already standing there, waiting to be used. The learner simply refuses it. From today, stop refusing useful English. If tired arrives, let it work. If big arrives, let it work. If by arrives, let it work. If very important arrives instead of essential, let it work. If not too expensive arrives instead of affordable, let it work. Every time you choose communication over perfection, you strengthen your speaking reflex. And something interesting happens when you stop chasing perfect words. You become calmer. When you become calmer, your memory works better. When your memory works better, stronger words begin appearing more naturally. So ironically, the less desperately you search for advanced vocabulary, the easier it may become to use it. This is why fluency and vocabulary should not fight each other. Fluency carries the message. Vocabulary improves the precision. You need both, but you need them in the correct order. First, can I say it clearly? Then, can I say it more precisely? Never reverse those two questions while someone is waiting for your answer. You are not writing an essay. You are having a conversation. Keep the conversation alive. If you remember nothing else from this chapter, remember one sentence. Use the word you have before searching for the word you wish you had. That simple habit can remove hundreds of unnecessary pauses from your English. You will stop rejecting your own vocabulary. You will stop measuring every sentence by how advanced it sounds. You will stop turning a small word search into a complete speaking failure. And you will begin discovering that the English already available inside you is far more powerful than you thought. Because sometimes saying it another way does not mean finding a more impressive word. Sometimes it means having the confidence to use the simpler word and keep going. Chapter 4. Use rescue phrases to keep the conversation alive. Sometimes the word is not completely gone. You can feel that it is somewhere in your mind. You almost remember it. Maybe you know the first sound. Maybe you can picture the object. Maybe you know you learned the word last week. But the other person is standing there waiting. And this is where many learners make the conversation harder than it needs to be. They become silent. They look away. They repeat the beginning. I wanted to tell you about then the silence becomes uncomfortable. Now the problem is no longer only vocabulary. The problem is that the learner has lost control of the speaking turn. This chapter will teach you how to stop that from happening. You are going to learn a small group of rescue phrases that give your brain time while keeping the listener connected to your meaning. These phrases are not empty fillers. They are bridges. They allow you to say, I'm still speaking. I know what I mean. Give me 1 second while I find another path. Imagine you are telling someone, yesterday I went to I can't remember the exact word, but it's the place where you go to get your eyes checked. The listener says, the optician? You answer, yes, exactly. So I went there because, notice how different this feels from, yesterday I went to sorry, what is the word? I forgot. In the first version, you remain in control. In the second, the missing word takes control. The goal is not to remove every pause from your English. Pauses are normal. The goal is to make your pauses useful. A useful pause keeps meaning moving. An empty pause traps you inside the missing word. One of the most powerful phrases you can learn is, I don't know the exact word, but that sentence instantly removes pressure. You are no longer pretending the word is about to appear. You have accepted that it is temporarily unavailable. Now you can explain. For example, I don't know the exact word, but it's the machine that takes moisture out of the air. Maybe the listener says, a dehumidifier? Perfect. Or, I don't know the exact word, but it's when a company gives your money back because there was a problem. A refund? Yes, that's it. This phrase is useful because it changes the task. Before saying it, your brain is asking, can I remember the word? After saying it, your brain asks, can I explain the meaning? And you have already learned that explanation is often easier than recall. Another powerful rescue phrase is, what I mean is. This phrase becomes especially useful when the problem is not one missing noun, but an entire sentence that came out badly. Suppose you say, my manager was angry with my work. Then you realize angry is not exactly what you meant. Do not restart the whole conversation. Say, what I mean is, he wasn't angry exactly. He was disappointed with the result. Or maybe disappointed does not appear either. What I mean is, he expected better work from me, so he wasn't very happy with the result. You repaired the meaning while moving forward. This is important because sometimes your first sentence is not wrong grammatically. It is simply not precise enough. What I mean is, gives you permission to improve it. Fluent conversation is full of this. People say something. Then they clarify. What I mean is, actually, let me say that differently. Maybe that's not the right word. The better way to explain it is, these are not signs that someone cannot speak. They are signs that someone is actively shaping meaning. You need to become comfortable doing the same. Another rescue phrase is, it's kind of like, this is excellent when you cannot explain something directly, but you can compare it with something familiar. Suppose you forget the word hostel. You say, it's kind of like a hotel, but usually cheaper, and you may share a room with other travelers. You forget tablet. It's kind of like a large phone, but people use it more for watching videos, reading, or working. You forget internship. It's kind of like a temporary job, where you work mainly to learn and get experience. The listener does not need the dictionary term. The comparison gives them a structure. This phrase also helps with abstract ideas. Suppose you are trying to explain culture shock but cannot remember the term. You might say, it's kind of like feeling confused or uncomfortable because everything in a new country works differently from what you're used to. Again, meaning survives. Another useful phrase is, you know the thing that. This is extremely natural in casual conversation. Imagine, do you know the thing that you put under a hot pan so it doesn't damage the table? The listener may say, a coaster? Maybe not. You continue, no, the bigger one for pots. Oh, a trivet. You may never have known the word trivet, but you still communicated. Or, you know the thing that holds your phone in the car? The listener, the phone mount? Yes, that. This phrase can be incredibly useful when speaking with someone who knows the context. It is less formal, so use it naturally with friends, coworkers, or casual conversations, rather than every professional situation. Another strong phrase is, it's the one that. This works when you are choosing between similar things. Suppose you forget the name of a tool. I mean the one that you use for cutting metal. You forget which medicine you mean. It's the one the doctor gave me for the pain. You forget the title of a movie. It's the one where the man wakes up and nobody remembers him. You may not know the exact label, but you can guide the listener toward the idea. Another powerful rescue phrase is, how do you say, but this one needs to be used carefully. Many learners use it too early. They say, how do you say, every time a word disappears. Then the listener becomes responsible for completing their English. A better strategy is to first try to communicate the meaning. For example, how do you say the thing you use to remove water from the floor? Now the listener has something to work with. Perhaps, a mop? Yes, a mop. That is useful, but avoid turning every sentence into, how do you say this? How do you say that? Because you want to build the ability to keep talking even when nobody can immediately help you. Think of asking for the word as one tool, not your only tool. Now let us talk about a phrase that can save you when the entire sentence becomes too complicated. Let me say it another way. This phrase is at the heart of this audiobook. Imagine you start, the reason I was unable to attend was because, then the sentence becomes difficult. Maybe you are thinking about grammar. Maybe attend feels awkward. Maybe you lose the structure. Stop carrying the broken sentence. Say, let me say it another way. I couldn't come because I had to take my mother to the doctor. Simple, clear, finished. That is much better than struggling to rescue a sentence that became too complicated. Sometimes you need to abandon the structure, not the meaning. This is one of the biggest differences between a flexible speaker and a fragile speaker. A fragile speaker starts one sentence and believes they must finish that exact sentence. A flexible speaker notices, this sentence is becoming difficult. Then they switch. They may say, let me explain that more simply, or let me put it another way, and begin a cleaner version. This is not starting over because you failed. This is strategic rebuilding. There is a difference. If you restart every sentence because of one tiny mistake, your speaking becomes repetitive. But if you intentionally rebuild because the original structure is blocking the message, that can actually improve communication. The key is to make the change clear to the listener. Let me put that another way. Now the listener understands why you are changing direction. Another useful phrase is, basically, suppose you tried to explain something in too much detail. You realize the sentence is becoming messy. You can say, basically, we have two options. Now you return to the central idea. Imagine. So there were problems with the schedule, and then another person called, and we weren't completely sure because you feel yourself getting lost. Say, basically, we need another day to finish it. That one word can rescue clarity. But do not use basically in every second sentence. Its purpose is to simplify. Use it when you need to bring a complicated explanation back to the main point. Another phrase is, the main thing is. This helps when you know the general message but cannot express every detail. Suppose you want to explain a complicated problem with a computer. You do not know the technical vocabulary. Say, I don't know the technical terms. The main thing is, it keeps turning off by itself. Perfect. The technician now understands the important symptom, or at work. I can't explain every detail right now, but the main thing is that the client needs the new version before Friday. This is powerful because communication does not always require complete explanation. Sometimes the listener needs the central message. Give them that first. Another useful rescue phrase is, something like, this is helpful when you cannot remember an exact number, expression, title, or term. It was something like $50. He said something like, I'll call you later. The word was something like automatic or automated. You are signaling that your memory is approximate. This is much better than presenting uncertain information as exact. Another important phrase is, I'm not sure what it's called, but this is especially useful for objects, procedures, local names, tools, or specialized vocabulary. For example, I'm not sure what it's called, but it's the small piece that connects these two cables. Or, I'm not sure what it's called in English, but it's a ceremony people have before the wedding. This phrase allows you to continue without embarrassment. You do not have to pretend you know the label. The listener only needs the concept. Notice a pattern in all these rescue phrases. They do not magically give you the missing word. They do something more important. They buy thinking space without breaking communication. That is a skill. When a learner becomes silent, the listener does not know what is happening. Are you finished? Did you forget the question? Did you not understand? Are you trying to remember a word? A rescue phrase tells them, I can't remember the exact word, but now they know. Let me say that another way. Now they know. What I mean is, now they know. Communication remains shared. This removes awkwardness for both people. Now let us look at one mistake learners make with filler words. They depend heavily on you know, like. Fillers are normal. Fluent speakers use them. The problem begins when fillers become a hiding place. For example, I went to the, you know, like the, place, you know. There is still no progress toward meaning. Compare that with, I went to the, I can't remember the name, but it's the place where you renew your driving license. The second speaker uses the pause to create information. This is what I want you to practice. Replace empty hesitation with meaningful rescue language. Instead of, try, I don't know the word, but, instead of, how can I say, try, what I mean is. Instead of repeating, the, say, it's a kind of, or, it's the thing you use for. You are training yourself to make the pause productive. Another mistake is over-apologizing. A learner says, sorry, my English is not good. Sorry, I forgot the word. This does not help the listener understand the idea, and it can make a tiny vocabulary gap feel like a major failure. Compare. Sorry, I can't remember the exact word. It means, that is enough. Or you may not need an apology at all. I can't remember the word, but it's the part that connects these two things. Continue. Confidence does not mean pretending you know everything. Confidence means dealing with what you do not know calmly. That is exactly what rescue phrases allow you to do. Let us practice with a real situation. Imagine you are at a restaurant. You want to say, I'm allergic to peanuts, but suddenly the word allergic disappears. This is important information. You cannot simply remain silent. You could say, I don't remember the exact word, but I cannot eat peanuts because they make me very sick. The message is clear. In situations involving health or safety, clarity matters more than vocabulary elegance. Another situation. You are at an airport and forget connecting flight. You say, I have another flight after this one. Do I need to collect my bag before I take the next plane? Maybe you never use connecting flight at all. You still ask the correct question. Another. You forget receipt. Could I have the paper that shows what I paid? Another. You forget exchange. This shirt is too small. Can I give you this one and take a larger size instead? Notice how real communication rewards flexibility. You do not need to wait until your vocabulary is perfect before traveling, working, studying, or meeting people in English. You need strategies. This chapter is giving you those strategies. Now let us look at professional situations. You are in a meeting and forget deadline. You could say, what is the final date when this needs to be finished? You forget estimate. Can you give me an idea of approximately how much it will cost? You forget priority. Which task is the most important one to finish first? You forget available. Are you free at 3 tomorrow? The listener does not care that you avoided one vocabulary item. They care that your question is understandable. Sometimes simpler language is even safer in international workplaces because not everyone in the room is a native speaker. Clear English can be more valuable than sophisticated English. Now I want to give you a practical system for choosing the right rescue phrase. If you know what the object or idea does, use, it's something you use for. If you can compare it, use, it's kind of like. If the sentence itself came out wrong, use, what I mean is. If your whole structure became too difficult, use, let me say it another way. If you do not know the label at all, use, I'm not sure what it's called, but. If you need to return to the central idea, use basically, or the main thing is. If you want the listener to help you find the label, use what do you call the thing that. This small toolkit is enough to rescue a huge number of speaking situations. Do not try to memorize 50 filler phrases, master a few deeply. You want them to come automatically. Because if you have to search for the rescue phrase while also searching for the missing word, the strategy will not help much. Practice until, I can't remember the exact word but, comes without thinking. Practice until, what I mean is, feels natural. Practice until, let me say it another way, is available whenever your sentence becomes too complicated. These phrases should become part of your automatic speaking equipment. Here is an exercise. Choose 10 common nouns. For each noun, pretend you suddenly forgot it. You have 3 seconds before you must begin a rescue phrase. For example, the word is scissors. 1, 2, 3. I can't remember the word, but it's the thing you use to cut paper. Next, charger. It's the thing you connect to your phone when the battery is low. Next, elevator. It's the thing in a building that takes you from one floor to another. Do not give yourself 10 seconds. The point is to train your brain to switch strategies quickly. Then practice with actions. Postpone. It means moving something to a later date. Interrupt. It's when you start talking before the other person finishes. Recommend. It means telling someone that you think something is good and they should try it. Now emotions. Relieved. It's when you were worried but then you find out everything is okay. Embarrassed. It's that uncomfortable feeling when you think people noticed something you did wrong. This exercise combines Chapter 2 with Chapter 4. You already know how to describe. Now you are learning how to enter the description smoothly. That entrance matters. Another exercise is to intentionally break your sentence. This may sound strange, but it is excellent practice. Start. Last weekend I visited, then pretend you forgot the place name. Immediately rescue. I'm forgetting the name, but it's a small town about an hour from here. Continue. Next. My friend works as a. Pretend the profession disappears. Paineman. I can't remember the exact job title, but she helps companies manage their money. Continue. Next. The movie was really. Pretend the adjective disappears. Let me say it another way. It kept me interested from beginning to end. Continue. You are training recovery, not perfection. Most speaking practice teaches learners how to say sentences when everything goes right. But real conversation also requires practice for when something goes wrong. That is why this exercise is so valuable. You are deliberately creating the problem and practicing the solution. Athletes do this. They do not practice only perfect situations. They practice recovery. Musicians practice what to do after mistakes. Drivers learn how to respond to unexpected situations. Speakers need the same training. You should become familiar with the feeling. The word is gone, but I know exactly what to do next. That feeling creates real confidence. Now let us discuss listener support. Sometimes the listener will try to guess the word. You say, it's the thing you put clothes on when you want them to dry. They say, a washing machine? Not correct. Do not become confused. Say, no, after washing, the machine that makes them dry. Oh, a dryer. Yes, a dryer. Excellent. You guided them. Or, it's the person who fixes water pipes. They say, an electrician? You reply, no, not electricity. Water pipes, sinks, showers. A plumber. Yes, this is real communication. Sometimes the first explanation will not be enough. Add another clue. Do not abandon your meaning because the listener guessed incorrectly. Another helpful phrase here is, no, I mean the one that, almost, but I mean, something similar, but. These phrases help refine the picture. Suppose you say, it's like a hotel. The listener says, a motel? You say, similar, but I mean the cheaper place where travelers often share rooms. Now they get, a hostel. Conversation becomes a small cooperative puzzle. There is nothing embarrassing about that. In fact, these moments can make interactions more memorable. Now consider what happens when the listener supplies the word. Do not simply say, yes. Use it once if the conversation allows. A plumber? Yes, exactly. So I called the plumber yesterday. You have just placed the recovered word immediately into a meaningful sentence. That may help your memory, but do not force repetition unnaturally. The conversation still comes first. Another thing learners need to understand is that rescue phrases are useful even for native speakers. People forget names. People forget technical terms. People lose their train of thought. People say, "What's the word? You know that thing. I'm blanking on the name. How do I explain this? Let me put it another way. That's not exactly what I mean." Language is not produced perfectly every second, so when you need a rescue phrase, you are not doing something unnatural. You are doing something human. The difference is that as an English learner, you can practice these strategies deliberately so they become stronger. Now let us discuss one dangerous habit: switching immediately into your first language. You are speaking English, a word disappears. You instantly say the word in your own language and ask, "What is this in English?" Sometimes that works if the listener understands your language, but it does not build your English recovery skill. Whenever possible, stay inside English. Describe the concept. Even if the description is simple, this teaches your brain that an English conversation does not need to stop when one English label is missing. Suppose you forget sleeve. Instead of saying the word in another language, try, "What do you call this part of the shirt that covers your arm?" Now you are solving the problem using English. That is far more valuable practice. The same works when you are alone. Do not immediately open a dictionary every time a word disappears. First, try to explain it, then check the word afterward. This way the missing word becomes a speaking exercise instead of only a lookup. You could even keep a rescue notebook, not a normal vocabulary notebook. Right, missing word, screwdriver. What I said, the tool you use to turn screws. Exact word, screwdriver. Another, missing word, appointment. What I said, the time I booked to see the doctor. Another, missing word, disappointed. What I said, I expected something better, so I wasn't happy with the result. Now you can see something powerful. Even when vocabulary failed, communication succeeded. This changes the way you evaluate your speaking. Instead of collecting only mistakes, you collect successful recoveries. That is psychologically important. You begin noticing, I forgot 6 words this week, but I successfully communicated all 6 ideas. That is progress. Now let us make your rescue phrases sound natural. One mistake learners make is using the same phrase every time. I don't know the word, but, again and again. Build a small variety. I can't remember the word, but, I'm forgetting what it's called. What I mean is, it's something like, let me put it another way. It's the thing that, it's the place where, it's a kind of. You do not need all of these immediately. Choose 3. Make them automatic, then add more. A good starting trio is, I can't remember the exact word, but, what I mean is, let me say it another way. These 3 solve different problems. The first solves a missing label. The second solves unclear meaning. The third solves a difficult sentence. Practice them with examples. I can't remember the exact word, but it's the tool you use to. What I mean is, I wasn't angry, I was just surprised. Let me say it another way. We don't have enough time to finish today. Say these out loud, not once, 10 times across different situations. You need your mouth to know the phrase before the stressful moment arrives. That is how a rescue system becomes automatic. Now imagine the difference this will make in real conversation. Someone asks, "What did you do yesterday?" You begin telling the story. A word disappears. Old version. I went to the, oh, I forgot. Sorry. I don't know English. Confidence falls. New version. I went to the, I'm forgetting the name, but it's the place where they repair watches. The listener. A watch repair shop? Yes. Anyway, I went there because my watch stopped working. The story never died. Another. My friend is I don't remember the exact word. She's the kind of person who always keeps her promises and does what she says she'll do. The listener. Reliable? Exactly. She's very reliable. You did not lose the conversation. You actually created a natural vocabulary learning moment. Another. The trip was actually, let me say it another way. We had problems almost every day, but somehow it was still fun. Maybe you wanted chaotic. It does not matter. The listener now understands your experience. That is the goal. You should also learn to use rescue phrases when you realize your listener did not understand you. This is slightly different. Maybe you remember every word, but your explanation did not work. The listener says, "Sorry, what do you mean?" Do not repeat the exact same sentence louder. That is a common mistake. If the first version failed, change the version. For example, you say, "The application is still pending." The listener looks confused. Instead of repeating, "pending," it is pending. Say, "Sorry, what I mean is, they haven't made a decision yet." Now communication improves. Or, "The payment was declined." Confusion. I mean the payment didn't go through, the bank didn't accept it. This is a huge part of saying it another way. You are not only rescuing yourself when you forget, you are rescuing the listener when they do not understand. That makes you a much stronger communicator. Fluency is not, "I said the correct sentence." Fluency is, "I found a way to make the meaning understood." If the first way fails, use a second. If the second fails, simplify again. This is why the title of this book matters so much. Say it another way is not only a vocabulary strategy, it is a communication mindset. You always have another attempt, another description, another example, another comparison, another sentence. This removes the pressure from the first version. Your first sentence does not have to carry everything perfectly. If it works, wonderful. If it does not, adjust. Imagine how much easier speaking becomes when you truly believe that. You no longer enter a sentence thinking, "I must say this perfectly the first time." You think, "I'll communicate it. If necessary, I'll clarify." That is freedom. Now let us build a short daily drill for this chapter. Choose one topic. Speak for 3 minutes. Every time you hesitate for a word, you are not allowed to stop. Use one of your rescue phrases. For example, "Yesterday I had to take my car to the," I can't remember what it's called, but the place where they repair cars. Continue. "The mechanic said one part was," what I mean is, it wasn't completely broken, but it was starting to cause problems. Continue. "He used a technical word I didn't understand. Basically, he said I should replace it soon." Continue. When you finish, count how many times you successfully rescued yourself. That is your score, not the number of words you forgot, the number of times you kept speaking despite forgetting them. This changes the whole goal of practice. A successful session is not one with 0 mistakes. A successful session is one where mistakes could not stop you. That is a much stronger definition of speaking success, and as this skill grows, an unexpected thing happens. You begin to sound calmer, because you know you have options. Your listener feels calmer too, because your hesitation has direction. Instead of watching you fight silently with your memory, they can follow the explanation. Sometimes they help. Sometimes you find the word yourself. Sometimes you never find it, and nobody cares. The idea still arrives. That is what matters. So the next time one word disappears, do not give the listener 10 seconds of silence. Give them a bridge. I can't remember the exact word, but the next time your sentence comes out badly, do not throw away the whole conversation. Clarify. What I mean is, the next time your grammar becomes too complicated, do not keep digging deeper into the same structure. Rebuild. Let me say it another way. And when your explanation becomes messy, return to the center. Basically, the main thing is, these small phrases can have a huge effect on your speaking because they give you something every learner desperately needs: time without losing control. You may need 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. That is fine, as long as those seconds are helping you build meaning instead of trapping you inside panic. A missing word no longer needs to create silence. It can create explanation. A difficult sentence no longer needs to create failure. It can create a simpler sentence. A misunderstanding no longer needs to end the conversation. It can create clarification. That is the new habit. Do not wait helplessly for the perfect English to return. Use the English you still have to build a bridge around what is missing. Because the strongest speaker is not the person who never gets stuck. It is the person who knows exactly how to keep the conversation alive when they do. Chapter 5. Build another road to the same meaning. By now, you already know that when a word disappears, you do not have to stop. You can describe it, simplify it, use a rescue phrase, or ask the listener for help. But there is a deeper skill that can make you far more powerful in conversation: learning to completely change the shape of your sentence when the original sentence depends on a word you cannot reach. This is where many learners still get trapped. They know how to describe an object. They know how to say, "I don't remember the word, but," yet when a more complicated idea breaks, they keep trying to repair the same sentence instead of building a new one. Imagine you want to say, I was disappointed by his reaction. You begin, I was. The word disappointed disappears. You might try to describe the word, I was the feeling when. But this may sound awkward because you are still trying to save the original structure. There is an easier solution. Change the entire sentence. I expected him to react differently, so I wasn't very happy with what happened. Now the missing adjective is irrelevant. You did not replace disappointed with another single word. You rebuilt the idea. That is the skill of this chapter. Sometimes the fastest way around a missing word is not to find a substitute. It is to change the road completely. Your first sentence is never your only sentence. That is one of the most important truths in spoken English. A thought can enter English through many different doors. If one door is locked, you do not have to stand outside waiting. Walk around the building and use another entrance. Let us begin with one of the strongest techniques. Turn the difficult word into a simple explanation of what happened. Suppose you want to say, the meeting was postponed. You forget postponed. Instead of searching for another verb, say, they moved the meeting to next week. You want, the company rejected my application. You forget rejected. Say, the company said no to my application. You want, the road was blocked. The word blocked disappears. Say, we couldn't use the road because something was in the way. You want, the event was canceled. You forget canceled. Say, the event isn't happening anymore. Notice what you are doing. You are moving from a label to an event. Instead of naming the action with one precise verb, you explain what actually happened. This is extremely useful because verbs are often where learners freeze. You know the situation perfectly, but the exact verb does not come. So ask yourself, what happened before and after this action? If you cannot say postpone, what happened? The date changed to later. If you cannot say refund, what happens? You return something and get your money back. If you cannot say interrupt, what happens? Someone starts speaking before another person finishes. If you cannot say resign, what happens? A person decides to leave their job. If you cannot say evacuate, what happens? People leave a place because it is dangerous. This gives you a powerful new habit. When the verb disappears, explain the event. Now let us take another path. Turn an adjective into a reason. Suppose you want to say, the instructions were confusing. You forget confusing. Instead of searching for another adjective, say, I couldn't understand the instructions very well. You want, the restaurant was disappointing. Say, I expected the restaurant to be much better. You want, the situation was embarrassing. Say, I felt uncomfortable because everyone was looking at me. You want, the job is stressful. Say, there is always too much to do and I feel under pressure all day. You want, the hotel was inconvenient. Say, it was too far from everything we wanted to visit. This technique is incredibly useful because adjectives often compress a whole experience into one word. If that word disappears, unpack the experience. Ask, why was it confusing? Why was it disappointing? Why was it stressful? Why was it inconvenient? Your answer becomes your new sentence. You are no longer searching for a label. You are communicating the reason behind the label. And sometimes that explanation is actually more useful to the listener. Imagine someone asks, how was your new job? You answer, stressful. That gives them one emotional label. But if you say, there are too many things happening at once, and everyone needs something immediately, you have given them a picture. The listener understands the stress, so when a descriptive word disappears, do not always fight to recover it. Sometimes explaining why gives you stronger English than the word itself. Another powerful route is to turn a noun into a verb or action. Suppose you want to say, we had a disagreement. The noun disagreement disappears. Say, we didn't agree about what to do. You want, there was a misunderstanding. Say, we understood each other differently, so we got confused. You want, I need confirmation. Say, I need them to tell me for sure that it's correct. You want, she gave me a recommendation. Say, she told me which one she thought I should choose. You want, there was an improvement. Say, things got better. Learners often become trapped because they believe their idea belongs to one grammatical form. You think, I need the noun, but maybe you do not. A noun can become a verb. An adjective can become a clause. A complicated verb can become two simple actions. A formal expression can become an everyday sentence. This is what language flexibility looks like. You are no longer asking, which word belongs here? You are asking, what other structure can carry the same idea? That second question gives you far more freedom. Let us work with a real example. You want to say, the lack of communication caused confusion. Maybe lack disappears. Maybe communication suddenly feels difficult. Maybe caused does not come quickly. A learner may stop because 3 important words are now unstable. But the idea itself is simple. People didn't talk enough, so nobody knew what was happening. That is excellent communication. The sentence is different. The meaning survives. Now another. His lack of experience made the project difficult. Simplify the structure. He didn't have much experience, so the project became harder. Another. The delay resulted in additional costs. Say, because everything was late, we had to spend more money. Notice the pattern. Formal English often packages meaning into nouns: delay, improvement, failure, discussion, decision, reduction, increase. But spoken English can often unpack those nouns into actions. It was late. It got better. It didn't work. We talked about it. We decided. It went down. It went up. If the noun disappears, look for the action underneath it. This is especially useful for learners who read a lot of English and accidentally try to speak like written reports. You may understand, the implementation of the new procedure resulted in significant improvement. But speaking that way requires several difficult words. In conversation you can say, after we started using the new system, things got much better. Same basic message, far easier to produce. That is not weaker English. It is spoken English doing its job efficiently. Now let us learn another route. Use the opposite plus not. This is one of the fastest emergency strategies when an exact adjective disappears. You forget expensive. Maybe you remember not cheap. You forget unsafe. Say not safe. You forget unfriendly. Say not very friendly. You forget uncomfortable. Say not comfortable. You forget unusual. Say not normal or not something you usually see. You forget impatient. Say not very patient. This is not always perfectly identical in meaning, so use judgment. But in many conversational situations, the opposite plus not communicates enough. For example, the room wasn't very clean. Maybe you wanted dirty. No problem. He wasn't very polite. Maybe you wanted rude. You are still communicating. It wasn't very clear. Maybe you wanted confusing or ambiguous. The listener understands the direction. This gives you another escape route. When the exact word disappears, ask, do I know the opposite? If yes, you may be able to build the meaning through contrast. Another powerful method is give an example instead of the definition. Suppose you want to say, he's very inconsiderate. The word disappears. You could explain, he doesn't think much about how his actions affect other people. That is good. But maybe an example is easier. For example, he plays loud music late at night even though he knows everyone is sleeping. Now the listener understands the personality trait even if you never name it. Suppose you want to explain procrastinate, but the word is missing. Say, for example, I know I have something important to do, but I keep saying I'll do it later until the last minute. You forget generous. For example, if someone needs help, she's always the first person to give her time or money. You forget stubborn. For example, once he decides something, it's almost impossible to make him change his mind. Examples are powerful because sometimes your brain cannot access an abstract label, but it can access a concrete situation. So when an abstract word disappears, ask, what would this look like in real life? Then describe that. This makes your English more vivid as well. Instead of giving the listener a dictionary word, you give them a scene. Another route is use cause and result. This is one of the most flexible structures in spoken English. If you cannot remember the exact word, explain what caused the situation and what happened because of it. Suppose you want to say, I was relieved. Say, I was worried before, but then everything turned out okay, so I felt much better. You want, I was disappointed. I expected a better result, but it didn't happen, so I felt bad about it. You want, the situation became chaotic. Too many things started happening at the same time, so nobody knew what to do. You want, the room was overcrowded. There were so many people inside that it was difficult to move. You want, the plan was unrealistic. There wasn't enough time or money to do what the plan required. This pattern is extremely useful because cause and result language is built mostly from common words. Because, so, that's why. When, after, then, as a result. You can explain complicated situations with simple connectors. For example, you forget dehydrated. You could say, I hadn't drunk enough water all day, so I started feeling weak and dizzy. Maybe you still do not know the word? The listener understands the experience. You forget jet lag. After the flight, my body still felt like it was in the old time zone, so I couldn't sleep at the right time. You forget homesick. I was living far from home, and I really missed my family and my normal life. No label required. This is one of the most empowering things about language. You can communicate experiences you do not know the names for. Now let us learn a new skill. Move from specific to general. Sometimes you forget a very specific word, but you know the larger category. You forget violin. Say, it's a musical instrument. Maybe that is not enough. Add, it's a musical instrument you hold under your chin and play with a bow. You forget cucumber. It's a green vegetable. Add, it's long, usually eaten raw, and people often put it in salads. You forget neurologist. It's a type of doctor. Then, they treat problems related to the brain and nervous system. You forget invoice. It's a type of business document. Then, it tells you how much you need to pay. Start broad, then become specific. This prevents the complete freeze that happens when you think, I know only one possible word for this. You probably know the category. Use it. A tool, a machine, a document, a kind of doctor, a type of food, a feeling, a problem, a place, a process. Then add information. This is one of the easiest ways to recover an idea quickly. The opposite technique also works. Move from general to specific through details. Suppose you cannot remember allergic reaction. You begin broadly. It's a health problem. Then, it happens when your body reacts badly to something like food or medicine. Then, you might get swelling, itching, or difficulty breathing. You have moved from category to symptoms. The exact phrase may never come, meaning still arrives. Another skill is describe the relationship between two things. Sometimes a missing word is difficult to define by itself, but easy to explain through what it connects. You forget landlord. Say, the person who owns the apartment I rent. You forget tenant. The person who rents a house or apartment from the owner. You forget colleague. Someone who works with me. You forget relative. Someone in my family. You forget supplier. The company that gives us the materials or products we need. You forget customer. The person who buys something from a business. Relationships are extremely useful because English contains many labels for roles. If the label disappears, say how the person connects to someone or something else. This works beautifully in storytelling. You want to say, my landlord called me, but landlord disappears. Say, the man who owns the apartment I rent called me. Continue the story. No need to stop. Now let us move to a more difficult problem. You know the idea, but the whole sentence feels too advanced. This happens constantly when learners think first in a complicated form. You want to say, had I known about the delay, I would have left later. Maybe the structure collapses in real time. Do you need to keep fighting with it? No. Say, I didn't know there was a delay. If I had known, I would have left home later. Still slightly advanced, but easier because you split the thought. Or even, nobody told me about the delay, so I left home too early. You changed the structure completely. The exact grammatical idea may become slightly different, but the practical message is clear. This gives us another important rescue strategy. Split one difficult sentence into 2 or 3 easy sentences. Many learners freeze because they try to carry too much meaning inside one sentence. They want to say, although I initially thought the position would be a good opportunity, I eventually realized that the working hours would make it difficult for me to maintain a healthy balance. That is possible English, but if your speaking starts breaking, split it. At first I thought the job was a great opportunity, but later I realized the hours were too difficult for me. I wouldn't have enough time for the rest of my life. Clear. Natural. Easier to control. A sophisticated thought does not need one sophisticated sentence. This is critical. Many learners have advanced thoughts but limited real-time sentence control. They believe the only way to express an advanced thought is through advanced grammar. That is false. Take the idea. The reason I decided against buying the car was that the long-term maintenance costs seemed unreasonable. You can say, I decided not to buy the car, The price itself was okay, but I thought repairs and maintenance would cost too much later. Same decision. Simple structure. Rich meaning. This is how you protect complex thoughts from complicated grammar. From today, if a sentence feels too heavy, divide the weight. One idea per sentence, then connect them. First, but, so, because, then, the problem was, that's why. Simple connectors can carry surprisingly complex stories. Now let us practice another useful route. Change the point of view. Sometimes the word you need disappears because of how you chose to frame the sentence. For example, I was rejected by the company. You forget rejected. Change the point of view. The company didn't choose me. Problem gone. The package was delivered yesterday. You forget delivered. Change point of view. They brought the package yesterday. I was advised to wait. You forget advised. Change. They told me I should wait. The problem was caused by a software error. You forget caused. Change. A software error created the problem. English often allows you to move the actor to the front. Passive becomes active. Formal becomes conversational. The vocabulary becomes easier. This is particularly helpful because passive sentences often require specific past participles that may disappear under pressure. If the passive breaks, ask, who did it? Then make that person or thing the subject. Instead of, the appointment was canceled by the clinic, say, the clinic canceled my appointment. If canceled also disappears, the clinic called and said my appointment isn't happening today. You always have another road. Another technique is move from exact quantity to approximate meaning. You may forget a number, date, percentage, distance, or precise measurement. Do not invent accuracy. Say, about, around. Roughly, if you know it. More than. Less than. A little over, almost. For example, it was about 30 minutes away. There were more than 100 people. It happened around 2018 or 2019. It cost a little over $50. This is not exactly the same problem as forgetting vocabulary, but it builds the same flexibility. Communicate what you know without becoming trapped by what you do not know exactly. You should never stop a story because you cannot remember whether something happened on Tuesday or Wednesday. Say, it was sometime in the middle of the week. Continue. You cannot remember whether the trip took 6 or 7 hours. Say, it took about 6 or 7 hours. Continue. The story matters more than unnecessary precision. Now let us talk about names. This is a major source of freezing. You remember the person, place, movie, restaurant, company, or product, but the name disappears. Learners sometimes stop because they believe they cannot continue without the name. Imagine. Last week I watched that movie, what's it called? Oh no, I know this. Wait, 30 seconds disappear. Instead say, last week I watched a movie. I can't remember the title right now, but it's about a man who, tell the story. If the title comes back later, great. You forget someone's name. I spoke to, I'm forgetting his name, but he's the new guy who works in accounting. Continue. You forget the restaurant. We went to that Italian place near the station. I can't remember the name. Continue. A proper name is often not essential to the meaning. This is another important lesson. Not every missing word deserves to be recovered. Some words matter, some do not. Strong speakers learn the difference. If the missing word is essential, I'm allergic to, yes, you may need to make sure the listener understands exactly what food or medicine you mean. If the missing word is the name of a cafe in a casual story, perhaps it does not matter at all. Do not spend 10 seconds solving a 1-second problem. Ask, does the listener actually need this word? If not, skip it. This is a powerful skill because learners often chase vocabulary simply because it is missing, not because it is necessary. The missing word attracts your attention, but attention should follow meaning, not absence. If the conversation can continue without the word, continue. Now we are ready for one of the most useful techniques in the entire book. Change what you are trying to say. This may sound strange. You know the exact idea in your mind. Shouldn't you always communicate it exactly? Ideally, yes. But in fast conversation, sometimes your original thought is too detailed for your available English. Instead of becoming silent, Communicate the most important part first. Imagine you wanted to say, "I felt overlooked because everyone else received recognition for their contribution, while nobody mentioned the work I had done." Several words disappear. Ask, "What is the main message?" Maybe, "I felt bad because everyone else got credit, but nobody mentioned my work." That carries the heart of the idea. You can add detail later, or you want, "I'm hesitant to accept because I'm concerned about the financial risk." You forget hesitant, concerned, maybe financial risk. Main message, "I'm not sure I should say yes because I might lose money." Perfectly understandable. You did not betray your thought. You protected its core. This is a major skill for intermediate learners. Instead of insisting on 100% precision and producing 0% communication, give the listener 80% of the meaning clearly, then add more if you can. That is far better. This is what I call meaning priority. Ask yourself, what must the listener understand? Then say that first. Suppose you are explaining why you are late. Your full thought, "There was an unexpected disruption on the train line caused by a technical problem, and we were asked to change trains twice." The important message, "There was a problem with the trains and I had to change trains twice, so I was late." That is enough. If the listener needs more details, they can ask. Strong communication does not always mean giving everything. It means giving what matters. Another technique is use time order instead of exact vocabulary. This is excellent for stories. Suppose you forget the word fainted. You want to say, "He fainted," but the word disappears. Tell the sequence. "He suddenly became very weak, then he fell to the ground and wasn't conscious for a short time." The listener understands. You forget evacuated. Tell the sequence. "The alarm went off, and everyone had to leave the building quickly." You forget overslept. "My alarm didn't wake me up, and I slept much later than I planned." You forget missed the train. Perhaps the phrase itself is easy, but imagine it disappears. "I got to the station after the train had already left." Time order is powerful, because stories naturally contain before, then, after that, suddenly, later, in the end. If the action word disappears, tell what happened before and after it. Your listener can often infer the missing action. Now let us use this with abstract experiences. You forget burnout. Tell the timeline. "For months I was working too much and resting very little. At first I was just tired, but eventually I lost motivation and didn't want to do anything." That communicates burnout without the label. You forget culture shock. "When I first moved there, everything felt unfamiliar. The way people talked, ate, worked, and behaved was different, and it took me time to adjust." Again, the label becomes optional. This ability is especially important when discussing topics that are more advanced than your vocabulary level. Maybe you want to talk about psychology, work, relationships, business, travel, or society. You do not know every technical term. You can still communicate your ideas through examples, sequences, causes, comparisons, and simple explanations. That means your speaking level does not have to limit your thinking level as much as you may believe. You can discuss serious ideas with accessible English. That is an enormous confidence boost. Now let us build a powerful training exercise called 5 roads. Choose one difficult word and force yourself to communicate it 5 different ways. Take disappointed. Road 1. Simple word. I wasn't happy. Road 2. Reason. I expected a better result. Road 3. Contrast. I thought it would go well, but it didn't. Road 4. Example. I worked for weeks and then found out I didn't get the position. Road 5. Effect. After I heard the result, I didn't feel like talking to anyone for a while. 5 roads. 1 idea. Now crowded. Simple. Very full. Description. There were people everywhere. Effect. It was difficult to move. Comparison. It felt like everyone in the city was there. Cause. A big event was happening, so thousands of people came. Now your brain understands something fundamental. The missing word is never the idea itself. It is only one route to the idea. Practice this with 10 useful words, not random rare vocabulary. Choose words you frequently want while speaking. Maybe. Awkward, convenient, frustrated, reliable, overwhelmed, deadline, recommend, refund, postpone, improve. Build several roads to each. Now those concepts become difficult to lose. Even if the exact word disappears, you have backups. Another excellent exercise is ban the important word. Tell a story but intentionally ban one word you would normally need. For example, tell a story about a restaurant without using the word restaurant. You might say, "Last night we went out to eat at this small place near my house." Continue. Tell a story about your job without using work. I spend most of my day helping customers and solving problems for the company. Tell a story about traveling without using travel or trip. Last year I went to another country for 2 weeks. Why is this useful? Because it trains flexibility before you need it. In real conversation, the missing word arrives unexpectedly. During practice, you create the missing word deliberately. You are teaching your brain, if this road disappears, I still move. Another exercise is simplify the newspaper sentence. Take a complicated written sentence and say it as if you were explaining it to a friend. For example, the organization announced a temporary suspension of operations due to financial difficulties. Spoken version. The organization said it has to stop working for a while because it's having money problems. Another. The implementation of the policy resulted in a significant reduction in customer complaints. Say, after they started using the new policy, customers complained much less. Another. Participants expressed dissatisfaction regarding the lack of clear communication. Say, people were unhappy because nobody explained things clearly. This exercise is perfect for learners who know a lot of formal English but struggle to use it in conversation. You learn to convert written English into speakable English. That is a major part of saying it another way. Now let us look at something subtle. You do not have to keep the same grammar after the rescue. Suppose you start in the past perfect. I had already, then you lose the sentence. Do not feel that your next attempt must also contain past perfect. You can rebuild with simple past if the timeline remains clear. Original. By the time I arrived, they had already left. If the structure breaks, I arrived too late, they were already gone. Clear. Original. I wish I had known earlier. If it becomes difficult, I didn't know earlier, and I really wish someone had told me. Or if needed, nobody told me before, and that caused a problem. The exact grammatical shade may change slightly, so choose based on what matters, but do not let advanced grammar become a prison. Your priority in conversation is understandable meaning. This does not mean grammar is unimportant. It means when one structure becomes unavailable, you can choose a different structure that still communicates accurately enough. That is language control. Now consider comparisons. You want. This option is significantly more cost-effective. Maybe cost-effective disappears. Say, this option will save us much more money. You want. The second apartment is more convenient. Forget convenient. Say, the second apartment is closer to my work and easier for me to get to. You want. Her explanation was more convincing. Forget convincing. Say, her explanation made more sense to me, and I believed it more. Notice again that losing the adjective can make your explanation richer. You explain why the option is better. That gives the listener useful information. Another route is show the effect on you. You forget annoying. It makes me angry every time it happens. You forget inspiring. After listening to her, I really wanted to work harder and improve. You forget relaxing. When I do it, I feel calm and stop thinking about problems. You forget distracting. It makes it difficult for me to focus. You forget motivating. It makes me want to keep going. This is especially effective with emotional adjectives because emotions are often easier to explain through their effect. Now let us tackle idioms and expressions. Learners sometimes know an idiom and feel they must use it. They want to say, "It slipped my mind." The expression disappears. Say, "I forgot about it." You want. "I'm on the fence." Say, "I still haven't decided." You want. "It costs an arm and a leg." Say, "It's extremely expensive." You want. "We're on the same page." Say, "We understand and agree about what we need to do." Never let an idiom become necessary for communication. Idioms are optional decoration. Meaning comes first. The same is true for phrasal verbs. You forget put off. Say, "Do it later." Forget find out. Say, "Discover," if that appears, or "Learn what happened." Forget bring up. Say, "Start talking about." Forget turn down. Say no to. Sometimes learners think real English requires phrasal verbs everywhere. They are useful, but they should increase your options, not decrease them. Never think, "If I don't remember the phrasal verb, I can't say this naturally." Use the meaning. Keep going. Now we need to talk about precision. Sometimes changing the sentence risks changing the meaning. You must be aware of that. Suppose the original word is borrow. Saying, take something, is not enough because borrow includes the idea of returning it. So add the important detail. Take something from someone for a while and give it back later. Suppose the word is lend. Explain. Give someone something temporarily and expect them to return it. Suppose the word is jealous. Simply saying angry may be inaccurate. Better, feeling bad because someone has something or someone you want. Your paraphrase should protect the important part of the meaning. You do not need dictionary perfection, but avoid replacing a precise idea with something misleading. This gives you another good question. What part of this meaning must not disappear? For borrow, returning matters. For postpone, later matters. For refund, money coming back matters. For appointment, a planned time matters. For promise, commitment matters. For whisper, low volume matters. Identify the essential feature. Communicate that. This makes your paraphrasing accurate. Now let us look at a real-life challenge. You are talking to a doctor. You do not know the exact medical word for what you are feeling. Do not guess a technical term if you are unsure. Describe the experience accurately. It feels like a sharp pain when I move. It started 3 days ago. It gets worse at night. It feels better when I sit down. The pain moves from here to here. In high-stakes communication, description can be safer than using a technical word incorrectly. The same principle applies at work. If you do not know the exact technical term, explain what the system is doing. When I click this button, the program closes by itself. That may be more useful than guessing a term like crash, freeze, or error incorrectly. At an airport, my suitcase did not arrive with my flight. You may not know lost baggage claim. The meaning is clear. At a bank, money was taken from my account twice for the same purchase. You may not remember duplicate charge. Again, meaning arrives. This is exactly why the ability to say it another way is not a small language trick. It is a real-world survival skill. Now let us create a reframing ladder you can use anytime a sentence becomes blocked. None. First ask, can I replace the word with an easier word? If not, can I describe what it does or what happened? If not, can I explain the reason or result? If not, can I give an example? If not, can I change the grammar completely? If not, can I simplify the whole message to its most important point? One of these routes will usually work. Let us test the latter. Missing word, overwhelmed. Easy replacement, very stressed, good. If that does not feel right, describe. There were too many things happening at once. Reason/result. I had so much to do that I didn't know where to start. Example. My phone was ringing, 3 people were asking me questions, and I had 2 deadlines. Grammar change. Everything became too much for me. Core message. I couldn't handle everything at that moment. Look how many options you have. One missing word looks very small when 6 roads surround it. Another, reluctant. Simple, not very willing. Description. I didn't really want to do it. Reason. I was worried it might create more problems. Example. I kept saying I needed more time before I agreed. Core message. I wasn't ready to say yes. Again, the exact word is not essential. Now another. Unpredictable. Simple, hard to know what will happen. Description. It keeps changing and you never know what it will do next. Example. One day everything is fine, and the next day everything changes. Comparison. It's the opposite of something stable or easy to plan. Meaning survives. This is the kind of mental flexibility I want you to develop. Another powerful practice is paraphrase after listening. Listen to one sentence from a podcast or video. Pause it. Do not repeat the sentence. Say the same meaning using different words. Speaker. I eventually realized that the job wasn't right for me. You say, after some time, I understood that I didn't really want that job. The weather made it impossible for us to continue. You say, we had to stop because the weather became too bad. She was reluctant to discuss the issue. You say, she didn't really want to talk about the problem. This exercise is fantastic because it trains you to separate meaning from wording. Most learners listen and try to remember the exact sentence. Paraphrase training asks, Did I understand the meaning deeply enough to rebuild it? That is a much more useful skill for spontaneous speaking. It also improves listening, vocabulary, and grammar at the same time. Another exercise is one idea, 4 levels. Choose an idea and express it from easiest to more advanced. Idea: the place had many people. Level 1, there were a lot of people. Level 2, the place was very full. Level 3, the place was really crowded. Level 4, the place was absolutely packed. Idea: you are uncertain. Level 1, I don't know. Level 2, I'm not sure. Level 3, I'm not completely certain. Level 4, I have some doubts about it. The purpose is not to force yourself into level 4. The purpose is to understand that meaning can live at different language levels. During conversation, choose the level available to you. Later, upgrade if you want. This removes enormous pressure. Now let us talk about how to practice without translating. When you want to say something and the English word disappears, your first instinct may be to jump into your first language, find the exact word there, and then search for its English equivalent. That often makes the pause longer. Instead, stay with the concept. Imagine the thing. Remember what it does. Think of an example. Think of the effect. Use the English you already have. For instance, you forget receipt. Do not mentally repeat the word in your first language and then search a translation. Think. Paper, thinks, shop, pay, shows price. Then speak. The paper they give you after you pay. You are creating an English root around the concept. That is extremely valuable because it reduces your dependence on one-to-one translation. Similarly, forget deadline. Think, work, must finish, final day. Say, the last day when the work has to be finished. This is a more flexible relationship with English. You are not waiting for one translation pair. You are building meaning from a network. And the stronger that network becomes, the easier your speaking becomes. Now imagine how this changes your confidence in difficult conversations. Someone asks you a question you did not prepare for. Before, your fear was, what if I don't know the word? Now you have a better thought. If I don't know the word, I'll explain the idea. Someone asks about your work. You do not know all the professional vocabulary. You explain what you actually do. Someone asks about a feeling. The exact adjective disappears. You explain what happened and how it affected you. Someone asks about an object. You describe its use. Someone asks for a complex opinion. You split your thought into smaller sentences. This is real speaking independence. You are no longer waiting for your vocabulary to give you permission to communicate. You use the English available and build around the gaps. There is one more skill I want you to learn. Recognize when the listener already understands and stop explaining. Paraphrasing can become too long if you are nervous. You forget scissors. You say, the thing you use to cut paper. The listener says, scissors. You answer, yes, done. Do not continue. You know, 2 pieces of metal, you put your fingers inside, the communication problem is solved. Move on. You forget refund. You say, I mean getting your money back after returning something. Listener, a refund? Exactly. So they said the refund would take 5 days. Continue the main story. Good paraphrasing is efficient. You give enough information to restore meaning, then return to the conversation. Another common mistake is using a paraphrase that is harder than the missing word. You forget neighbor. Do not say, the individual residing in the adjacent residential property. Say, the person who lives next door. The entire point of reframing is to make communication easier. Use your most reliable English. Think in simple pieces. The strongest paraphrase is not the most impressive. It is the one the listener understands quickly. Another mistake is adding too many unnecessary details. You forget library. You only need the place where you can borrow books. You do not need the building usually operated by local authorities, where members of the public can access educational materials. Keep the rescue small. Return to the real message. Remember this rule. Describe enough, not everything. Now let us practice with conversations. Question: why did you leave your previous job? You want lack of growth opportunities. The phrase disappears. You say, I felt like I wasn't learning anything new anymore, and there wasn't much chance to move into a better position. Excellent. Question: what did you think of the hotel? You want convenient location. The phrase disappears. You say, it was in a really good place, We could walk almost everywhere we wanted to go. Excellent. Question. Why didn't you buy the laptop? You want overpriced. Say, I thought it cost much more than it was worth. Excellent. Question. What kind of person is your manager? You want approachable. Say, he's easy to talk to and I can ask him questions without feeling nervous. Excellent. Notice how all these answers may actually sound better than simply giving the advanced vocabulary word. You are communicating your judgment and the reason behind it. This means paraphrasing is not merely a backup plan for bad moments. It can improve the quality of your speaking. Another area where this helps enormously is explaining cultural ideas. Sometimes your language has a word or concept that does not have one simple English equivalent. What do? Describe it. You do not need to abandon the idea because English lacks the exact same word. Say, in my culture we have a tradition where, or there's a word in my language that means something like, then explain. This is genuine communication. Languages do not always match perfectly. A powerful speaker can move meaning across that gap. That is much more valuable than searching endlessly for a perfect translation that may not exist. Now let us create your Chapter 5 daily practice. For 10 minutes a day, choose 5 difficult ideas. For each one, say it at least 3 different ways. Suppose the idea is, I regretted the decision. Version 1. I wished I had chosen differently. Version 2. After I made the decision, I realized it was probably a mistake. Version 3. If I could choose again, I wouldn't make the same choice. Idea. The process was inefficient. Version 1. The process took too much time. Version 2. There were too many unnecessary steps. Version 3. We could have done the same work much faster. Idea. She was skeptical. Version 1. She didn't really believe it. Version 2. She had a lot of doubts. Version 3. She kept asking whether we were sure it was true. This exercise develops a skill far deeper than memorization. You are teaching your brain to see meaning as flexible. That flexibility becomes available during real speech. Another challenge. Once a day, tell a 1-minute story and intentionally change one sentence halfway through. For example, yesterday I wanted to return something because it was defective. Let me say that another way. It stopped working after only 2 days, so I took it back to the shop. Practice rebuilding without embarrassment. This teaches your mind that changing direction is normal. You are not failing. You are editing aloud. Real speakers do this constantly. Now consider how powerful this becomes over time. At first, one missing word creates panic. Later, one missing word creates a choice. Can I simplify? Can I explain the action? Can I give the reason? Can I show the result? Can I use an example? Can I use the opposite? Can I change the grammar? Can I split the sentence? Can I tell the sequence? Can I give only the main point? That is an entirely different mental experience. The word disappears, but your mind does not become empty. It becomes creative. This is where speaking begins to feel less fragile. You do not need perfect vocabulary because you have language flexibility, and flexibility is what protects fluency when memory is imperfect. I want you to understand something else. The ability to paraphrase is not only for learners. It is one of the strongest communication skills in any language. Teachers use it when students do not understand. Leaders use it when an idea is too complicated. Parents use it when explaining something to children. Professionals use it when talking to people outside their field. Writers use it when they need clarity. Good speakers constantly adjust language to the listener. So when you learn to say something another way, you are not learning a weaker version of English. You are learning one of the most mature forms of communication. You are learning to separate your idea from the first words that appeared in your mind. That is powerful. The thought is yours. The sentence is only a vehicle. If one vehicle breaks down, choose another. Do not become loyal to the broken vehicle. Imagine someone asks, "What are you trying to say?" A weak reaction is, "I don't know how to say it in English." A stronger reaction is, "Let me explain it differently." Then you try again. Perhaps your first version was too formal. Make it simple. Perhaps your first version was too abstract. Give an example. Perhaps one word was missing. Describe it. Perhaps the listener still looks confused. Compare it with something they know. You keep adjusting until the idea arrives. That is successful communication, and this should become your new standard. Not, did I say the sentence exactly the way I planned? But, did the other person understand what I meant? If yes, you succeeded. Maybe you used 5 words instead of 1. Maybe you changed the grammar. Maybe you gave an example. Maybe you abandoned the first sentence completely. None of that matters if the meaning survived. Now I want you to imagine a learner who knows 1,000 advanced words but knows only one way to express each idea. The moment one important word disappears, they become silent. Now imagine another learner with simpler vocabulary but 5 ways to communicate the same idea. Who is harder to stop? The second learner. That is the speaker you are becoming. Your power does not come only from the number of words you know. It comes from the number of roots you can create with the words you know. And when that number increases, something surprising happens. You start using English with less fear. You are no longer worried that one missing word will expose you. You already know what you will do. You will take another road. You will say, it's when, it's the kind of thing that, basically, the reason is, what happened was. For example, it's similar to, another way to explain it is, the main thing is, and the conversation continues. That is the lesson of this chapter. Never let your mind believe that a meaning belongs to one word, one sentence, or one grammatical structure. Meaning is bigger than vocabulary. Meaning is flexible, and the more ways you can rebuild that meaning, the less often English can trap you. So the next time a word disappears, do not stand there asking, what is the exact word? Ask a better question. What other road can take this idea to the listener? Maybe the road is simpler. Maybe it is longer. Maybe it uses an example. Maybe it changes the grammar. Maybe it explains the cause. Maybe it describes the result. Maybe it skips the missing word completely. Choose the road that is open. Because the goal is not to arrive with the perfect sentence. The goal is to arrive with the meaning. And once you truly learn that, one missing word stops being a wall. It becomes nothing more than a small sign telling you, take another road. Chapter 6. Stop restarting the whole sentence when one part goes wrong. There is a speaking habit that can make a learner sound far less fluent than their actual English level. It is not forgetting vocabulary. It is not making grammar mistakes. It is not pronunciation. It is what happens after something goes wrong. You begin a sentence. Yesterday I went to meet my friend because we wanted to. Then one small part feels wrong. Maybe you are unsure about the tense. Maybe one word disappears. Maybe you think your pronunciation sounded strange. So you stop. Then you begin again. Yesterday I was going to meet my friend because. That version does not feel perfect either. You stop again. What I'm trying to say is, yesterday my friend and I. Now you are building the same sentence for the 3rd time. The listener has heard several beginnings but still does not know what happened. This is one of the biggest hidden differences between knowing English and keeping English moving. Many learners believe that whenever something goes wrong, they must go back to the beginning and repair the entire sentence. You do not. Most of the time, you only need to repair the small piece that broke. This chapter is going to teach you how to correct yourself without destroying your momentum, how to keep moving after grammar mistakes, how to repair the wrong word without rebuilding everything around it, and how to stop giving every small mistake enough power to erase an entire sentence. Because real conversation does not need perfect sentences, it needs sentences that survive their imperfections. Imagine you say, I went there on Thursday, Friday, and we stayed until Sunday. What happened? You made a mistake. You corrected one word, then you continued. You did not say, sorry, let me start again. On Friday I went there. You repaired only the damaged piece. That is natural self-correction. Now imagine. She had already left when I arrived. Again, small repair. Continue. Or, it was very expensive. Well, not expensive exactly, just more than I wanted to pay. You adjusted the meaning without deleting everything that came before it. Or, we met at the station, actually outside the station, and then took a taxi. Tiny correction. Story continues. This is what I want your English to learn, not mistake, stop, erase, restart. But mistake, repair, continue. That new pattern can completely change the rhythm of your speaking. Many learners do not realize how expensive restarting is. Every time you restart, your brain has to rebuild information it has already built. You have to remember the beginning, recreate the grammar, return to the same meaning, find the same vocabulary, then try to reach the difficult point again. You are making your brain walk the same road twice, sometimes 3 times. And every restart gives you another opportunity to make another mistake. This is why restarting can create a loop. You say, "When I was younger, I used to," you hesitate, restart. "When I was a child, I was," now you are unsure whether "was" is correct, restart. "When I was young, every day I," now you have forgotten what the original story was about. The mistake that caused the first restart may have been tiny, but the repair strategy made it huge. So from today, I want you to separate two things: the sentence and the broken part of the sentence. Do not repair the sentence if only one part needs repair. Think of speaking like walking. If your shoe comes loose, you do not return home and begin the journey again. You fix the shoe and keep walking. English should work the same way. Suppose you say, "My sister live in London." You immediately notice it. You do not need, "Sorry, my sister lives in London." Actually, you can simply say, "My sister lives in London, and she's been there for 3 years. You corrected the verb inside the sentence and continued. That is enough. Now suppose you say, "I didn't went," you catch it. "I didn't go there because I was sick." Again, the repair happened immediately. No apology speech, no restart, no self-criticism, just correction and continuation. This is one of the most practical habits you can build. Learners often think fluent speakers never make these corrections. They do. Real speech contains repairs everywhere. People change words. People abandon half-built structures. People correct dates. People replace names. People realize they chose the wrong adjective. People begin one grammar structure and finish with another. Spoken language is created in real time. It is not written first and read aloud perfectly. That means repair is not evidence that speaking failed. Repair is part of speaking. Your goal is not to remove self-correction. Your goal is to make self-correction small, fast, and forward-moving. Let us take a simple sentence. "I saw her last week." Imagine you suddenly remember it was 2 weeks ago. Say, "I saw her last week. Actually, 2 weeks ago. And she told me she was moving." You do not need to delete the original sentence. The listener can follow the correction. Now imagine, there were about 30 people there. No, maybe closer to 20. Perfectly natural. You updated the information. Or, it took 3 hours, or maybe 2.5 to get there. Again, no problem. This teaches you another important truth. Conversation does not require you to know everything before you begin speaking. Sometimes accurate meaning develops while you are speaking. You remember, you adjust, you clarify, you correct. That is normal. Many learners delay speaking because they want the sentence completely ready before it leaves their mouth. But if you wait until every detail is perfect, you may hesitate forever. A stronger habit is, start with what you know. Repair if necessary. This creates momentum. And momentum matters because speaking is easier when your mind stays inside the message. Restarting pulls you away from the message and back into language control. Imagine telling a friend, "I was walking home when I saw this man running toward." You forget the word intersection. If you restart, "So yesterday I was going home," and you lose the energy of the story. Instead, "I saw this man running toward the place where 2 roads cross. Anyway, he suddenly stopped because," you rescued the missing part and continued. The story kept moving. That is important because listeners follow ideas, not grammar exercises. When you continually restart, you force them to keep returning to information they already heard. That can make your speech difficult to follow even if each individual sentence is grammatically good. This may surprise you. Sometimes a learner with imperfect grammar is easier to understand than a learner with better grammar who constantly restarts. Why? Because the first learner keeps meaning moving forward. The second keeps resetting the conversation. Fluency has a lot to do with direction. Does the listener feel that your sentence is going somewhere, or does it repeatedly return to the starting point? Think about a story. Last Saturday I was. Restart. On Saturday I went. Restart. Last weekend my friend and I. Restart. The listener begins wondering whether the real story will ever begin. Now compare. Last Saturday I went. Actually, my friend and I went to this new cafe near the station. We thought it would be quiet, but there is a small repair, but the message keeps advancing. That sounds far more natural. The next skill is learning where to restart when a restart is genuinely necessary. Sometimes the sentence becomes so confused that continuing would make things worse. That happens. Maybe you selected the wrong structure completely. Maybe you began a sentence and realized the meaning cannot fit inside it. In that case, restart. But do not restart from the beginning of the entire story. Restart from the nearest safe point. Imagine, the reason that because what happened was, the structure is collapsing. Do not return to yesterday. Instead say, let me put that more simply. The main problem was that nobody told me the time had changed. You restarted locally. You saved everything that came before. This is called local repair. It is one of the most valuable skills in spontaneous speaking. Suppose, if I would have known, sorry, let me say that differently. I didn't know about the change, so I arrived too early. You changed the structure near the difficult point. No need to repeat 2 minutes of conversation. Another example, she suggested she suggested that I wait a few more days. Repair. Continue. Or if that grammar feels uncertain. She suggested what I mean is, she told me it might be better to wait a few more days. Now you have used something from earlier chapters too. Change the road when necessary. But notice how chapter 6 is different. The important skill here is not returning to zero. You preserve the progress you already made. Imagine writing something on a computer. One word is wrong. Would you delete the entire document? Of course not. You fix the word. Yet many learners treat spoken sentences as if every small error requires deleting everything. You need to stop doing that. Another common restart trigger is pronunciation. You say a word and immediately think, that sounded wrong. Then you stop the sentence. Suppose, yesterday I went to the library, and borrowed 2 books. You can simply repeat the word correctly once and continue. Do not say, sorry, I can't pronounce this word. Library. Let me start again. The conversation does not need a pronunciation lesson at that moment. One correction is enough. Maybe your first pronunciation was imperfect. The listener probably still understood. Keep going. This matters because perfectionism can turn pronunciation into a fluency problem. Your mouth makes one imperfect sound, and suddenly your mind abandons the whole sentence. Instead, develop this rule. If the listener understands, keep moving. If the pronunciation seriously changes the meaning, correct the word once and continue. You do not need to repair everything you notice. That is another important part of fluent self-correction, knowing which mistakes deserve attention. Imagine you say, yesterday I go to the shop. You notice the tense error. Does it block meaning? Probably not. The word yesterday already tells the listener the time. If correcting it is easy, yesterday I went to the shop, fine. But if you are already 3 sentences beyond it, do not return and say, by the way, earlier I said go, but I should have said went. The conversation has moved on. Let it go. Not every mistake needs to be repaired. This is very important. Some learners become their own teacher while speaking. They listen to themselves constantly. Every article, every preposition, every ending, every tense, every pronunciation detail. They interrupt themselves every few seconds. The result is technically careful but emotionally exhausting speech. You need to distinguish between 3 types of mistakes. The first type changes the meaning. Correct it. For example, the meeting is on Thursday, sorry, Friday. That matters. The second type could confuse the listener. Clarify it. For example, he borrowed me the car, sorry, he lent me the car. Or simply, he gave me the car to use for the day. The third type is small and the meaning is completely clear. Often, leave it alone. Maybe you forgot Maybe one preposition was slightly unusual. Maybe your pronunciation was not perfect. Maybe the grammar was not textbook perfect but the message landed. Continue. This is difficult for learners because language study trains you to notice errors. Exercises say, find the mistake. Correct the sentence. Useful for learning. But real conversation has another priority. Keep communication functioning. You need both abilities. During study, notice details. During speaking, prioritize meaning. This will make you sound more natural and feel more relaxed. Now let us work with one of the most common situations, changing the word after you already said it. Imagine, the restaurant was cheap. Well, not cheap exactly. It was reasonably priced. You refined the meaning. Or, he seemed angry. Actually, maybe frustrated is a better word. fine, or it was scary, more surprising than scary, really. This kind of correction can even make your English sound thoughtful. You are showing that you care about precision. The problem is only when correction becomes excessive. Imagine, he was angry. No, maybe frustrated or annoyed. Actually, I think disappointed. Maybe not disappointed. Now the listener has forgotten the story. So another rule, correct once, then commit. You do not need the perfect emotional label. Choose the best available version and keep going. Conversation cannot wait forever while you rank 5 synonyms. You can say, he seemed annoyed, or something like that. Then continue. That small phrase or something like that can reduce unnecessary pressure when the exact category is not important. Another powerful repair tool is rather, I mean, actually, or more like. Examples, it was on Friday, actually, Saturday. She was angry, I mean more disappointed than angry. We walked there, well, more like ran because we were late. It's a restaurant, or more like a small cafe. These phrases let you refine meaning without restarting. They are especially useful because they signal to the listener, I am adjusting the previous information. The listener follows easily. Now let us talk about a different restart problem. The learner hears their own mistake and becomes embarrassed. This is not only a language problem, it is an attention problem. You say something incorrectly, then your mind keeps thinking about it, while your mouth is trying to continue. Someone asks another question, but mentally you are still stuck on the previous mistake. You think, why did I say that? I know the correct form. That sounded terrible. Now you miss part of the conversation. One small mistake creates another communication problem. You need to learn to release errors quickly, correct if necessary, then mentally close the file. Do not continue carrying it. A useful internal phrase is, meaning survived, move on. If the listener understood you, the conversation succeeded. The purpose of correction is not to punish yourself, it is to protect understanding. Once understanding is protected, the repair is finished. Imagine you say, I have seen him yesterday. You immediately realize the grammar is not standard. You could correct, I saw him yesterday. Then continue, he told me he's starting a new job. Done. Do not spend the next minute thinking about present perfect versus simple past. Study that later. Conversation now, learning later. This separation is crucial. One of the best habits you can develop is a post-conversation correction system. During conversation, keep moving. Afterward, choose only a few mistakes worth learning from. Maybe you notice, I keep saying he don't. Good. Practice. He doesn't, she doesn't, it doesn't. Maybe you keep confusing borrow and lend. Practice later. But while the real conversation is happening, do not turn every mistake into a grammar class. You need your attention for the person speaking to you. This is another hidden reason overcorrection hurts fluency. It steals attention from listening. While you are analyzing your previous sentence, the other person is already giving you new information. Then you miss what they said. Now you ask, sorry, can you repeat that? Not because their English was difficult, but because you were still mentally correcting yourself. So remember, conversation moves forward even when your mind wants to go backward. Train yourself to move with it. Now let us practice micro repairs. A micro repair is the smallest possible correction that fixes the problem. Example, there are three reasons. Micro repair. I went there last night. Micro repair. She doesn't work there anymore. Micro repair. We arrived at 6. Micro repair. His cousin called me. Micro repair. Notice how little language is repeated. That is efficient. Now compare with full restart. There is 3 reasons. Sorry. Let me say this sentence again. There are 3 reasons why. More effort. Same correction. Your goal is to reduce the repair size. A simple drill can teach this. Take 10 sentences and deliberately make 1 mistake in each. Then correct only the broken part. For example, my parents live near me. I bought it 2 weeks ago. She has a new job. We were really tired. He gave it to her yesterday. Do this out loud. The point is not grammar practice alone. The point is teaching your mouth. Correction does not require a restart. Then practice vocabulary micro repairs. I borrowed, lent him some money. The bus was full. Actually completely packed. It happened in June. no, July. Then pronunciation. Say a difficult word imperfectly. Repeat it once more clearly, and continue the sentence. Train the physical action of recovery. Another useful exercise is no backspace speaking. Set a timer for 3 minutes. Speak about a topic. You are not allowed to restart any sentence from the beginning. If something goes wrong, you must correct locally. Simplify, describe, or continue. For example, last weekend I went to visit my cousin. She lives about 2 hours away, and we decided to go to this. I'm forgetting the name, but it's a place where people can walk through the mountains. Anyway, we got there around. Notice how alive this sounds. Imperfect, but moving. That is exactly the training you need. The rule no backspace teaches your mind that spoken English is not written English. You cannot erase sound after the listener hears it, so stop trying to speak as if a backspace key exists. Use correction language instead. You said the wrong thing? Adjust it. You chose the wrong word? Replace it. You gave the wrong detail? Update it. You lost the grammar? Simplify, then move forward. Another exercise is story momentum. Choose a simple story with a clear beginning, middle, and end. Your only goal is to reach the end. Not to speak perfectly. Not to use advanced vocabulary. Reach the end. If you forget a word, rescue it. If grammar breaks, repair locally. If you pronounce something badly, correct once or ignore it. If you lose one detail, skip it. The story must continue. This is powerful because many learners practice beautiful first sentences, but rarely practiced finishing. They start strongly. Last summer I had an unforgettable experience when, then a problem appears and the story collapses. Fluency needs finishing power. Teach yourself, whatever happens, I reach the end of the message. This changes your priorities. A missing adjective becomes less important than completing the story. A small tense mistake becomes less important than explaining what happened next. Your brain starts protecting the bigger structure. That is what good speakers do. Another challenge is the 5-second recovery rule. When you get stuck, you have 5 seconds maximum to choose a repair strategy. Do not search forever. Within 5 seconds, use a simpler word. Describe it. Correct locally. Rebuild only the last phrase. Skip unnecessary information. Ask for help, but do something. This prevents long frozen pauses. Eventually reduce 5 seconds to 3, then 2. Not because conversation must be fast, but because you want strategy switching to become automatic. You should not need 15 seconds to decide. I will say this differently. That decision should become immediate. Now let us look at grammar structures learners often restart because they seem too important. Conditional sentences are a common example. You begin, if I would have, then panic. Instead of restarting the entire story, say, let me put that simply. I didn't know about the problem. If I had known, I would have acted differently. Or even, I didn't know about the problem, so I made the wrong decision. Meaning first. Reported speech creates similar trouble. She told me that she would come later. Correct locally and continue. Relative clauses. The man who helped me was really kind. Local repair. Articles. I went to a hospital, the hospital near my house. You can refine the reference as you continue. Prepositions. I arrived at the station around 6. Continue. Do not make every grammar correction a public event. The smoother the repair, the less attention the listener gives to the mistake. This is important psychologically. Learners sometimes make a small mistake and then advertise it. They say, "Oh no, my grammar is terrible. I always make this mistake." Now the listener is thinking about your grammar. Before that, they may have barely noticed. Do not turn minor mistakes into announcements. Correct quietly. Continue confidently. This does not mean pretending mistakes do not exist. It means keeping them proportional. A small mistake deserves a small repair. Another important skill is saving the listener from your repair. Sometimes learners correct themselves so many times that the listener must reconstruct the final meaning from multiple versions. For example, we're meeting at 6, no 7, actually 6:30, maybe 7, because Sarah said. Now the listener is unsure what the final time is. When information matters, finish with a clear final version. Sorry, let me make that clear. The final time is 7. This is useful with dates, prices, addresses, names, deadlines, and instructions. If you give several versions, end with, "So, the correct one is," or "The final answer is," or "To be clear." Example, I said Thursday earlier, but to be clear, the appointment is Friday at 10. That protects the listener. Good self-correction is not only about keeping yourself fluent, it is also about making sure the listener knows which information to keep. Now think about telling a complicated story. You may accidentally put events in the wrong order. You say, "We went to dinner after the movie. Actually, sorry, dinner was first, then we saw the movie." Good correction. Continue. You do not have to retell the entire evening. Or, "She called me after I arrived." No, wait, she called me before I left home. That's why I knew she was already there. You repaired the timeline. This type of repair is especially important because the mistake affects understanding. Correct it clearly. Compare that with a small article mistake. I went to store yesterday. If the meaning is clear, you may not need to interrupt yourself just to insert the. Again, correct meaning problems first. This should become your hierarchy. First priority, wrong information. Second priority, confusing information. Third priority, grammar that seriously affects meaning. Lowest priority, small errors that do not interfere with understanding. That hierarchy will save enormous mental energy. Another restart trigger is when learners forget what they were going to say. This happens because they become too focused on one word. For example, the reason I wanted to call you was because I needed to ask about the. You search for one word. 10 seconds later, you remember the word but forget the reason you were telling the story. This is why you must protect the main message. When stuck, remind yourself, what was I trying to communicate? Maybe the main point was, I need to change the appointment. Say that. Do not sacrifice the main message while searching for the perfect vocabulary around it. If you lose the sentence, return to the idea. Anyway, the important thing is that I need to change the appointment. This is a powerful rescue. You can always return to. The main point is, what I'm trying to say is, anyway, what happened was, the important thing is. These phrases help you recover the direction without repeating everything. Imagine, I was explaining that my manager asked me to. Actually, I'm getting lost. The main point is, I need to finish the project by Friday. Perfect. You recognize that the sentence was becoming messy. You return to the core. That is mature speaking. Another helpful technique is summary recovery. Suppose you have been explaining something for 30 seconds and suddenly lose the thread. Instead of trying to remember your exact last sentence, summarize what you have already said. So basically, we had two problems, not enough time and not enough people. Now continue from there. This gives both you and the listener a reset without repeating everything. It is especially useful in longer explanations. Learners often believe fluency means never losing the thread. Not true. Strong communicators know how to reorganize the conversation when they lose it. They say, "Let me summarize. So far, the main thing is, basically," then they continue. That is not weakness, that is control. Now let us talk about one of the hardest situations. You realize halfway through a sentence that the sentence is heading toward a grammar structure you cannot finish. Example, what I would have wanted if they had. You feel danger approaching. Do not keep driving into it. Exit early. Let me simplify that. I wanted them to tell me earlier. You saved yourself. Another, the person with whom this starts feeling too formal or difficult. Switch. The person I was talking to. Continue. Another, despite having been too heavy. Switch. Even though I was. Continue. This is a powerful advanced skill. Detect difficulty before the crash. At first, learners realize too late. They enter a complex sentence and get trapped. With practice, you begin sensing, this structure is becoming expensive. Then you simplify before it breaks. That is exactly what fluent flexibility looks like. You do not prove your English level by finishing the hardest possible structure. You prove control by choosing a structure you can complete clearly. Now imagine an English learner saying, although there were many circumstances that could potentially have, then getting lost. Compare, a lot of things could have gone wrong, but luckily everything worked out. The second version is simpler and far more effective. You want your listener thinking about the idea, not waiting to see whether you survive your grammar. Another important area is repairing emotional meaning. Sometimes you say a word that sounds stronger than you intended. You say, I hated the restaurant, then realize hated is too strong. Do not panic. Say, hated is too strong. I just didn't really enjoy it. Continue. Or, he was rude. Well, maybe rude isn't fair. He was just very direct. This kind of repair is extremely valuable because word choice can affect relationships. If you feel that your first word misrepresented your intention, fix it. You might say, that came out wrong. That's not exactly what I meant. Let me rephrase that. I didn't mean it that strongly. These phrases can protect communication. For example, I don't care about the project. Sorry, that came out wrong. I mean, it isn't my main responsibility, but of course I still want it to succeed. The first version sounded negative. The repair restores your real meaning. This is especially important in work, relationships, disagreement, or sensitive conversations. Again, fluent communication is not saying everything perfectly the first time. It is knowing how to repair when your first version creates the wrong impression. Another powerful repair phrase is, what I should have said was. Use this when the previous sentence genuinely created the wrong meaning. Example, I said the work was easy. What I should have said was that the instructions were clear. The work itself was still difficult. You clarify the difference. Or, I said she was angry. What I should have said was that she sounded disappointed. This shows precision. But use it when the difference matters. Do not overuse it for tiny vocabulary improvements. The listener does not need constant updates about your internal word choices. Now let us work with interruptions from other people. This is another situation where learners often restart unnecessarily. You are saying, last weekend I went to visit. Someone interrupts, oh, did you finally see your cousin? You answer, yeah, exactly. Then what? Many learners restart. So last weekend I went, but everyone already knows that. Continue from the interruption point. Yes, and when I got there, she had this huge surprise for me. That sounds natural. Conversation is interactive. Other people may interrupt, ask questions, laugh, add comments, or clarify things. After their interruption, you do not always need to replay the original sentence. Find the new starting point. This is a very useful real-life skill. Suppose, I started working there in, other person. Was that before you moved? You, yeah, about 6 months before. Anyway, I stayed there for almost 3 years. No restart required. This reduces repetitive speech and makes conversation feel collaborative. Now imagine the interruption makes you forget your point. You can say, where was I? Right, I was telling you about the first day. Then continue. That phrase is useful. Where was I? What was I saying? Right. Anyway, native and fluent speakers use these because real conversations are messy. You are allowed to lose your place. You simply need a way back. Another situation is being corrected by someone else. You say, I went there on Monday. Someone says, on Monday. Do not feel that you need to stop the whole conversation. Simply say, right, on Monday. Anyway, when I got there. Continue. The correction has been accepted. You do not need, oh yes, on Monday, because for days we use on, I always forget this rule. That turns a conversation into a classroom. Unless you are specifically practicing grammar with a teacher, keep the communication alive. A correction can be 1 second long. Accept, use, move. Another danger is trying to correct pronunciation repeatedly after someone understands you. You say a word, the listener understands. Then you repeat it 3 times because you are unhappy with how you sounded. Avoid this. If communication succeeded, you can practice pronunciation later. For example, we went to the rural area. Rural. Anyway, it was really beautiful. 1 attempt to clarify is enough. Do not spend 10 seconds fighting with rural while the story waits. Maybe next time you choose the countryside. That is also valid. The audiobook is called Say It Another Way for a reason. You are never trapped inside one difficult word. Now we need to discuss speed after a mistake. Some learners correct themselves and then rush because they feel embarrassed. They say, yesterday I went to the shop and then I bought. Now pronunciation collapses because they are trying to escape the mistake. Do not punish yourself by speeding up. Repair calmly. Continue at your normal pace. A mistake does not require an apology, and it does not require acceleration. If anything, a brief calm correction sounds more confident. I went, sorry, I mean I drove there, and then. Easy. The listener follows. Another learner reaction is the opposite. After a mistake, they become extremely slow. Every following word receives heavy attention. They think, "Now I must not make another mistake." This creates unnatural speech. Remember, a mistake is one moment. Do not let it change the emotional rhythm of the next 5 sentences. Correct. Reset mentally. Return to normal. You can practice this deliberately. Make one intentional mistake while speaking. Correct it. Then force yourself to continue for 20 seconds at your normal rhythm. Your goal is to prevent one repair from affecting the rest of your speaking. This builds emotional recovery as well as language recovery. Now let us create a powerful exercise called One Take English. Choose a topic. Record yourself for 5 minutes. One take only. No deleting. No restarting the recording. No beginning again because the first sentence was weak. Your mission is to finish. During the recording, use all your recovery tools. Wrong word, correct locally. Missing word, describe. Difficult structure, simplify. Lost thought, summarize and return. Wrong date, update it. Unclear idea, rephrase. When you finish, listen back. Do not count every error. Instead, listen for something else. Where did I recover well? Maybe. I said the wrong tense but corrected it immediately. Good. I forgot reservation but said the table we booked. Good. I started a difficult sentence and simplified it before freezing. Excellent. I lost my story and used the main point is to return. Excellent. These are speaking victories. You need to start valuing recovery skill as much as correctness. Now on the second listen, choose only 3 mistakes that you want to improve later, not 30. 3. This prevents practice from becoming punishment. Then record the same topic again the next day. You may notice smoother recovery. That is progress. Another excellent exercise is repair chains. Start with a sentence and intentionally change one element while speaking. I met him on Wednesday, at the station. Actually, outside the station. And we talked for about an hour. This trains correction phrases. Then make the changes more meaningful. I was angry. Actually, disappointed is more accurate, because I had expected him to call. Then grammar. She doesn't work there anymore, so I called her directly. Do these until repairs feel physically normal. The reason learners freeze after mistakes is partly because correction itself is unfamiliar. Make repair familiar. Then mistakes lose their emotional power. Another drill is finish the sentence no matter what. Start 10 sentences. Each must reach a complete message. For example, one thing I want to change about my English is, if the word disappears, paraphrase, finish. The most difficult experience I had last year was, finish. Something people often misunderstand about me is, finish. If I could improve one thing about my daily routine, finish. The goal is not beautiful grammar. The goal is completion. Many learners have trained starting. They have not trained completion under difficulty. That is what this drill fixes. Now let us talk about sentence abandonment, because sometimes the best repair is to intentionally drop the sentence. You begin. The person who was responsible for then realize this path is becoming hopeless. You can say, actually forget that. Let me explain what happened. Then, nobody checked the order before it was sent. That is fine. Do not confuse abandonment with failure. Sometimes deleting a bad route is the smartest communication choice. The important thing is to signal the change. Let me explain that differently. Forget that. The simpler way to say it is, that sentence is getting complicated. Basically, then continue. This is especially useful for learners who build sentences from their first language and suddenly realize the English structure will not work. Do not force the translation to survive. Drop it. Build fresh English. Another powerful skill is anticipatory simplification. You are about to explain something complex. Before you begin, decide. I will use short sentences. For example, instead of starting, the primary reason I decided to reconsider the opportunity was, say, at first I wanted the job. Then I learned more about the hours. That changed my mind. No repair needed because you chose a safer route before difficulty arrived. This is important. Recovery skill eventually improves your planning. You begin choosing sentences that are easier to maintain. That does not make your English childish. It makes it controlled. Think of good public speakers. Often the strongest ideas come through clear sentences. They do not need 20 clauses. Clarity creates confidence. You should also learn to finish one idea before adding another. Learners sometimes restart because they load too much into one sentence. They say, "Yesterday I went to meet my friend who I haven't seen for 2 years because he moved to another city, and when he came back we decided." Now too many ideas are open. Break them. Yesterday I met an old friend. I hadn't seen him for 2 years because he moved to another city. He came back this week, so we decided to have dinner. Much easier. Every full stop gives your brain a small reset. This is not merely grammar. It is working memory management. Long sentences require you to remember unfinished structures while planning new information. When speaking spontaneously, that can overload you. Shorter sentences reduce the number of moving parts. This means another strategy for avoiding restarts is finish sooner, start the next sentence. You do not have to pack everything together. Suppose, my cousin who works at a company which produces danger. Say, my cousin works for a technology company. They make software for hospitals. He told me. Now your brain has space. Advanced thinking can live in several simple sentences. You already learned that earlier, but here the focus is different. Short sentence units make repair easier. If sentence 3 breaks, sentences 1 and 2 are already safe. You do not have to rebuild them. This creates speaking stability. Now let us talk about listener patience. Learners often imagine the listener is becoming impatient the second they hesitate. That fear triggers restarts, but most normal conversations allow small pauses and small repairs. Someone saying, "I went to I'm forgetting the name, the place near the station," is not a communication disaster. Your listener can wait for a moment. The problem becomes larger when you panic. So when you repair, do it with calm energy. Do not rush. Do not apologize 5 times. Do not say, "Sorry, my English is terrible." Simply repair. You are communicating. This calmness sends an important message to yourself. Getting stuck is normal. I know how to handle it. That belief makes future recovery faster. Another thing you need to understand is that sometimes listeners do not notice the mistake you are worried about. Maybe your article was wrong. Maybe the verb ending disappeared. Maybe pronunciation was imperfect. You noticed because you are studying English. The listener noticed only the meaning. Then you stop to repair something they did not even realize was broken. This can make the conversation less natural. So ask yourself, did this mistake actually create a problem? If not, perhaps the best repair is no repair. Continue. This is hard because learners are trained to value grammatical accuracy. Accuracy matters, but conversational judgment also matters. Imagine, yesterday I go to the market and bought. You notice go. If you are still right there, correct. Yesterday I went to the market, fine. But if you say, yesterday I go to the market and bought some fruit, then I met my friend, and later we had coffee. By the time you realize the tense mistake, the story has moved. Do not jump backward 3 sentences. Keep going. Learn from it afterward. This ability to let small mistakes die is part of fluency. Some errors deserve correction. Some deserve study later. Some deserve nothing. A good speaker learns which is which. Now let us imagine an important professional conversation. You say, "The client wants the final version by Monday." Then remember the deadline is Tuesday. Correct immediately. "Sorry, Tuesday. The final version is due Tuesday." Important information. Clear correction. Now imagine you say, "The client want the final version." You notice missing S. The meaning is perfectly clear. You can continue. "By Tuesday, so we need to finish the design tomorrow." Maybe you correct once if it comes naturally. Maybe not. The deadline matters far more. This is what priority-based correction looks like. Now imagine ordering food. You say, "I'd like the chicken without onions." Then realize you meant garlic. Correct. "Sorry, without garlic, not onions." Meaning matters. Correct. But if you say, "I would like chicken," instead of the chicken, do not stop the whole interaction to repair the article. Meaning survived. This practical judgment will make you much more effective in real life. Another useful skill is repairing misunderstandings from the listener. Suppose you say something and the listener responds in a way that shows they misunderstood you. You do not need to repeat the same sentence exactly. Example, I'm staying until Thursday. Listener, so you're leaving tonight? Now you know meaning failed. Say, "No, sorry, I mean I'll still be here Wednesday night. I leave on Thursday." You repaired the listener's interpretation. Another, "I said I was looking for temporary work." Listener, so you want a permanent position? No, the opposite. I only need work for a few months. Clear. This is a very important real-life skill. Sometimes your English is grammatically correct, but the listener still misunderstands. Fluency means noticing the misunderstanding and changing the explanation. Do not simply repeat louder. Rebuild. Another powerful phrase. Let me be clearer. Use it when the problem is understanding, not vocabulary. Let me be clearer. I'm not asking you to finish the whole project. I only need the first section today. Good. Or, maybe I explained that badly. What I mean is, this phrase is excellent because it removes blame. You are not saying, you didn't understand. You are saying, maybe I need to explain it differently. That keeps communication cooperative. This is especially useful at work, in customer service, during disagreement, or whenever relationships matter. Now think about a conversation where you are expressing an opinion. You say, I think the idea is bad. The other person looks offended. Maybe you realize your wording was stronger than intended. Repair. Sorry, bad isn't really what I mean. I think the idea has some problems, but parts of it could work. You did not restart the whole discussion. You repaired the emotional impact. This is a sophisticated use of language. Strong speakers are not only grammatically flexible, they are socially flexible. They notice when words create the wrong impression and adjust. Another example. I don't want to work with him. That sounds personal. Maybe you meant, I don't think our working styles match very well. Repair. Let me say that differently. I don't have a problem with him personally. I just think we work in very different ways. This kind of correction can prevent misunderstanding, far more important than a grammar mistake. So remember, the most valuable corrections are often corrections of meaning and intention, not form. Now let us create a hierarchy you can keep in your mind. When something goes wrong, ask, did I give wrong information? Correct it. Did I create the wrong meaning? Clarify it. Is the listener confused? Rephrase. Is the sentence becoming impossible to finish? Simplify locally. Is one word missing? Describe or replace it. Is the mistake small and meaning is clear? Keep going. This hierarchy gives you a decision system. You no longer need to react emotionally to every mistake. You react strategically. That is the transformation we want. Now let us work on one more major issue, the fear of sounding imperfect. Many learners restart because they want the final version the listener hears to be perfect. But the listener already heard the first version. You cannot erase it, and that is okay. Conversation is not an exam recording that gets submitted for grading. It is interaction. Your listener expects human speech. People hesitate. People say, no, wait, actually, sorry, let me say that again. That came out wrong. What I'm trying to say is, these phrases exist because correction is normal. The goal is not to hide the existence of mistakes. The goal is to handle them without losing control. Think about the difference between these two speakers. Speaker 1. Yesterday I went. Sorry, let me start again. Yesterday I went to the supermarket and I bought. Speaker 2. Yesterday I went to the supermarket and bought some fruit. I also bought some bread, and then I went home. Both made a mistake. The second speaker sounds much more fluent because recovery is small and forward. That is exactly what you need to practice. Fluency is partly how little disruption a mistake causes. You cannot control whether every mistake happens. You can control how much damage it does. This is powerful. One grammar mistake can cost half a second, or it can cost 20 seconds. Your repair habit decides. One missing word can cost 2 seconds, or it can erase the entire sentence. Your flexibility decides. One pronunciation problem can be repeated once, or it can destroy your confidence for the rest of the conversation. Your recovery mindset decides. This means fluency is not only language knowledge, it is damage control. And the better you become at damage control, the less afraid you become of speaking. Because now you know, even if something goes wrong, I can keep going. That confidence is more realistic than believing. Nothing will go wrong. Something will. You will forget words. You will make grammar mistakes. You will choose the wrong phrase. You will misunderstand someone. You will lose your thought. You will pronounce something badly. That happens in real communication. The question is, what happens next? That is where your skill appears. Now I want you to build a 7-day Chapter 6 challenge. On day 1, Practice micro-corrections. Speak for 5 minutes and correct only the broken word, not the sentence. On day 2, practice no backspace speaking. No sentence restarts from the beginning. On day 3, practice meaning priority. If a small grammar mistake happens but meaning is clear, continue. If information is wrong, correct it. On day 4, practice local rebuilding. Whenever a sentence becomes too complicated, say, "Let me put that more simply." Then rebuild only from the difficult point. On day 5, practice listener repair. Imagine someone misunderstood you. Explain the same idea a second way instead of repeating the first sentence. On day 6, practice story completion. Tell 3 2-minute stories. Every story must reach its ending regardless of mistakes. On day 7, record a full 5-minute conversation-style monologue using all the strategies. Then listen back. Ask, "Did my mistakes stop me?" Not, "Did I make mistakes?" That is a much more useful question. If you made 15 mistakes but kept communicating, you are developing fluency. If you made only 3 mistakes but each one destroyed your sentence, recovery still needs work. Start measuring the right thing. Another excellent practice is to review recordings for restart frequency. Every time you hear yourself return to the beginning of a sentence, mark it. Maybe you discover, in 5 minutes, I restarted 12 times. Next week, your goal is 8, then 5, then 3. You do not need 0. Some restarts are natural. You only want to remove unnecessary ones. This creates visible progress. You may also notice certain triggers. Maybe you restart whenever you use past tense. Maybe when telling long stories. Maybe when using conditionals. Maybe when speaking about unfamiliar topics. Maybe when you want sophisticated vocabulary. Good. Now you know what to train. If past tense triggers restarts, practice short past tense stories with the rule never restart. If long sentences trigger problems, practice dividing ideas. If advanced words trigger pauses, intentionally use simple vocabulary. If unfamiliar topics create trouble, practice describing without exact terminology. Turn weaknesses into drills. That is how this audiobook becomes useful in real life. Now let us talk about repair tone. Your voice matters when you correct yourself. If every correction sounds like a disaster, "Oh no, sorry, I mean Friday," you communicate anxiety. Instead, "Thursday, sorry, Friday, calm, continue." Your correction tone should say, "Small adjustment, nothing serious." That calmness affects the listener too. They follow the new information and move on. This is especially important if you are speaking English professionally. You do not need to apologize deeply for every language slip. Use, "Sorry, I mean," when appropriate, or simply, "Actually," then correct. Example: The report is due Thursday, actually, Friday morning. Professional and clear, no drama. Another useful repair technique is repeat only the corrected phrase with stronger clarity. For example, the price was $15.50, 50. Now the important number is clear. Or, the meeting is room 1440, room 40. If the difference matters, emphasize the final corrected version. This prevents confusion. Again, the purpose of repair is listener understanding. Now let us imagine a learner asking, "But what if I correct myself too much and lose confidence?" Then reduce correction. Your first goal should be communication. Choose one target per practice session. Maybe today you only correct past tense mistakes. Everything else, if understandable, continues. Tomorrow you focus on he/she verb endings. Another day, pronunciation. This prevents your mind from monitoring 20 systems at once. You do not improve everything simultaneously in live conversation. Focused practice is more efficient. During real life, prioritize meaning. This is particularly useful for intermediate learners who know enough grammar to notice many of their own mistakes. Beginners often speak freely because they do not notice everything. Intermediate learners sometimes become less fluent because awareness grows faster than automatic control. They hear all their errors, they know the rules, but the rules are not yet automatic, so they interrupt themselves constantly. If that sounds familiar, understand what is happening. Your English did not become worse, your awareness increased. Now you need to teach that awareness when to intervene and when to stay quiet. That is a more advanced skill. You want an internal editor that whispers when meaning is in danger, not an editor that grabs the microphone after every missing article. That balance takes practice. Now consider the phrase, "Sorry, let me start again." Is it forbidden? No. Sometimes it is exactly what you need. If the sentence is genuinely incomprehensible, use it, but make it rare. And when you use it, restart only the necessary thought. For example, the reason that because sorry, let me start that thought again. We were late because the road was closed. Perfect. The restart cleaned up a broken structure. But do not use it because you forgot one preposition. Use a full restart only when local repair will not make the meaning clear. Think of full restart as an emergency tool, not your default response. Most problems can be fixed more cheaply. Another advanced skill is repair without apology. You can say, "We arrived Thursday, Friday morning. No sorry necessary." Or, "She was excited, more nervous actually, natural." Or, "It was near the bank, the one next to the bank." These are conversational adjustments. Not every repair is an error. Sometimes it is refinement. Learning this will help you feel less embarrassed by self-correction. You are not always correcting failure. Sometimes you are shaping meaning in real time. That is exactly what speakers do. Now let us connect this chapter back to the main promise of Say It Another Way. At the beginning of this audiobook, one missing word could stop everything. By chapter 6, the goal is much bigger. Now even an entire broken sentence should not stop you. If one word disappears, you have another word. If the wording fails, you have another explanation. If grammar breaks, you have another structure. If the detail is wrong, you correct the detail. If the listener misunderstands, you rephrase. If the story gets lost, you summarize. If the sentence becomes too complicated, you simplify. If the exact sentence cannot be saved, you save the meaning. This is what speaking independence looks like. You are no longer hoping every sentence goes perfectly. You are building a system that works even when it does not, and that is far more powerful. Imagine walking into a real conversation with this confidence. I may forget something, but I will find another way. I may make a grammar mistake, but I will repair it. I may choose the wrong word, but I can clarify. I may lose my sentence, but I will not lose my message. That removes a huge amount of fear. Because the danger was never really the mistake. The danger was believing you had no way forward after the mistake. Now you have many ways forward. Your final task for this chapter is simple. For the next conversation you have in English, give yourself one rule. Never restart the whole sentence because of one small problem. If one word is wrong, fix the word. If one detail is wrong, fix the detail. If one phrase fails, rebuild the phrase. If one sentence becomes impossible, summarize the meaning and move ahead. And if the mistake does not interfere with understanding, sometimes do the strongest thing of all. Leave it behind. Keep speaking. Keep listening. Keep responding. Let the conversation become more important than your internal grammar monitor. Because fluent speaking is not a perfect line from beginning to end. It is a moving line that sometimes bends, adjusts, corrects itself, finds another route, and still reaches the destination. That destination is not grammatical perfection. It is understanding. It is connection. It is getting the idea out of your mind and into someone else's. And if your English can do that even after a mistake, then the mistake did not defeat you. You recovered, you continued, you finished. And that is the skill that turns a learner who knows English into a speaker who can keep using English when things go wrong. From now on, do not ask yourself, "Can I speak without mistakes?" Ask, "Can I keep speaking after one?" Because that is where real fluency begins. Chapter 7. Build a mind that can always find another way. The final goal of this audiobook is not simply to teach you a collection of emergency phrases for the moments when vocabulary disappears. It is to change the way your mind approaches speaking English. Right now, when many learners begin a sentence, their mind quietly believes there is one correct road from the thought to the listener. They imagine the sentence, begin walking down that road, and if one important word disappears, everything stops. The problem is deeper than vocabulary. The problem is that the speaker has built only one route to the meaning. In this final chapter, you are going to build something much stronger, a speaking mind that automatically searches for another route whenever the first one closes. Imagine you are telling someone about a difficult experience at work. You want to say, "I felt overwhelmed because everyone needed something from me at the same time." Suddenly the word overwhelmed disappears. In the past, that missing word might have stopped the sentence. Now your brain should begin moving immediately. You could say, there were too many things happening at once and I didn't know what to deal with first. You could say, I was under a lot of pressure because everyone needed me at the same time. You could say, everything became too much for me for a while. You could even give the listener a picture. My phone was ringing, people were asking me questions, and I had 3 things that needed to be finished immediately. The exact vocabulary changed, but the meaning remained alive. This is the mental flexibility we want to make automatic. The most important shift is learning to think in messages before sentences. Many learners begin with the opposite order. They decide exactly how the sentence should sound, then try to force their meaning through that structure. A stronger speaker begins with the message, what must this person understand? Only after that does the sentence take shape. If the first sentence becomes difficult, the message remains untouched, so another sentence can be built around it. This one change gives you enormous freedom because the thought no longer belongs to one grammatical structure or one vocabulary item. Suppose someone asks, why did you decide not to move? Your full thought may be complicated. Perhaps you wanted to say, I eventually decided against relocating because the financial uncertainty outweighed the professional advantages. That sentence may look impressive on paper, but perhaps several words disappear when you try to speak. If your mind is protecting the sentence, you freeze. If your mind is protecting the message, you say, at first I really wanted to move because the job was good, but I wasn't sure I could afford everything there. In the end, the money problem felt bigger than the advantage of taking the job. The listener understands your decision perfectly. You did not simplify your thinking. You simplified the road through which your thinking reached the listener. This is an important distinction because many learners secretly fear that using simpler English means becoming a simpler person. They worry that if they cannot produce the sophisticated word, their intelligence disappears. But your intelligence does not live inside one English adjective. Your personality does not disappear because you forgot a noun. Your opinion does not become less valuable because you explained it with 3 simple sentences instead of 1 advanced sentence. A flexible speaker learns to separate the quality of the thought from the complexity of the vocabulary. Once you understand that, missing words become much less emotionally dangerous. From this point forward, I want you to build what we can call multiple path thinking. Whenever you learn or practice an idea, do not connect it to only one expression. Build several possible paths. If the idea is, I disagree, do not know only one sentence. You might say, I don't agree with that. You could say, I see it differently. You could say, I understand your point, but I don't think that's what happened. You could say, I'm not completely convinced. You could say, that's not really how I see it. The goal is not to memorize 5 sentences and force yourself to use all of them. The goal is to teach your brain that one meaning can live in several forms. Do this with everyday ideas. If the idea is being tired, you might have, I'm tired, I'm exhausted, I have no energy left, I need some rest, and today has completely worn me out. If the idea is something being expensive, you may have, it's expensive, it costs too much, it's more than I want to spend, I don't think it's worth that much, and it's outside my budget. When one phrase disappears, another can step forward. The more roads you build around common meanings, the less fragile your English becomes. This also changes the way you should study vocabulary. Many learners learn a word like reliable, memorize a translation, perhaps write one example sentence, and move on. That creates a narrow memory route. A better method is to build a small network around the idea. You learn reliable, then explain it in simple English. Someone you can trust to do what they say. Then you make a personal example. My brother is reliable because if he promises to help, he always comes. Then you create the opposite, unreliable, someone you cannot depend on. Then you paraphrase again, a person who usually keeps promises and does things on time. Now even if reliable disappears, the meaning is still connected to several other pieces of English. This is how active vocabulary becomes stronger. A word should not stand alone in your memory like an isolated object. It should belong to a neighborhood. Around refund, you might have return something, money back, shop, payment, receipt, problem with a product. Around deadline, you might have final date, finish, work, submit, due, time limit. Around embarrassed, you might have uncomfortable, mistake, people watching, wish nobody noticed, awkward. When the exact word is temporarily unavailable, the surrounding neighborhood gives you material for another sentence. One exercise that develops this quickly is what I call the meaning web. Choose one useful word and place it mentally in the center. Then create 5 simple connections around it: a definition, a situation, an opposite, a related action, and an example. Take hesitate. Definition: pause because you are unsure. Situation: you are asked a difficult question and you wait before answering. Opposite: answer immediately or decide confidently. Related action: think, pause, delay. Example: I hesitated before accepting the offer because I wasn't sure about the salary. This training does much more than teach one word. It builds routes. Now let us go deeper. The strongest speaking flexibility develops when you become comfortable expressing the same idea at different levels of detail. Sometimes you need one sentence. Sometimes you need a short explanation. Sometimes you need an example. If your exact word disappears, you can expand the idea instead of freezing. Suppose you want to say, he's inconsiderate. The one-word version is gone. Expand. He often does things without thinking about how they affect other people. If the listener needs an example, expand again. For example, he plays loud music late at night even when he knows other people are trying to sleep. You have moved from label to explanation to evidence. This is excellent communication, and the missing adjective no longer matters. The reverse skill is equally important: learning to compress when your English begins getting too complicated. You may be halfway through an explanation and realize you are carrying too many details. Instead of continuing until the sentence collapses, ask, what is the main point? Imagine you are explaining why you missed a meeting. You begin describing the train, the station, a ticket problem, a phone call, and suddenly you are lost inside the story. You can say, basically there were problems with the trains and I couldn't get there on time. The detail can come later if needed. This ability to expand or compress gives you control over your message. Flexible speakers also learn to change the kind of information they use. If a definition is difficult, use an example. If an example is too long, use a comparison. If comparison fails, explain the function. If the function is unclear, describe what happens before and after. For instance, you forget thermostat. You could define it, but perhaps that feels difficult. Instead say, it's the control that lets you make the heating warmer or cooler. You forget deadline. Instead of defining it formally, say, it's the date when the work absolutely has to be finished. You forget sarcastic. You might say, it's when someone says something that sounds positive, but they actually mean the opposite, often as a joke or criticism. Different concepts require different roads, and your mind should become comfortable switching among them. Another powerful skill is learning to speak through categories. If a specific word disappears, move one level higher. You forget saxophone. Say a musical instrument. Then add details. You forget cardiologist. Say a type of doctor who works with heart problems. You forget cinnamon. Say a spice people use in food and baking. You forget tripod. Say a camera stand with 3 legs. The general category gives you a starting point, and details bring the listener closer to the exact meaning. This is particularly useful when your vocabulary is developing in a professional field. Suppose you work with technology and forget the exact technical term for a component. You can say, it's the part that controls how the system sends information to the server. Maybe the listener supplies the term. If not, the explanation can still allow the conversation to continue. Strong professionals do this too. Expertise does not mean remembering every technical label instantly. It means being able to communicate the concept even when terminology becomes unavailable. There is another important level of flexibility: speaking when you do not know whether the exact word even exists in English. Some cultural ideas, foods, traditions, social relationships, or local objects may not have a simple one-word equivalent. If your speaking depends on finding a perfect translation, you may search forever. Instead, accept that sometimes explanation is the correct form of communication. You can say, in my culture, there is a tradition where families, or we have a word that describes the feeling of, and then explain it. This is not a failure of English. It is what speakers do when ideas do not map perfectly between languages. In fact, some of your most interesting conversations may happen precisely because you explain something that does not have a simple English label. The listener learns about your culture, experience, or way of thinking. That should change your relationship with paraphrasing. You are not always paraphrasing because your English is missing something. Sometimes paraphrasing is the only accurate way to communicate a complex idea. Now I want you to develop another reflex. Keep the listener involved while you search. Speaking flexibility is not a private mental exercise. Conversation is cooperative. Suppose you say, "It's that tool you use to," and the listener offers, "A wrench?" You can respond, "Not a wrench." "The smaller one you use for screws," they say. "A screwdriver?" You say, "Exactly." This is not embarrassing. You and the listener built the meaning together. Real conversations constantly contain this kind of cooperation. You can also ask strategically without giving up control. Instead of saying, "What is the English word?" with no context, give meaning first. What do you call the paper they give you after you pay for something? That makes it easier for the listener to help and strengthens the connection in your own memory. When they answer receipt, use it naturally. "Yes, the receipt. I lost the receipt, so they wouldn't let me return it." You have just transformed a vocabulary gap into an active learning moment, but there is also a time when you should not search for the missing word at all. This is another advanced judgment skill. Ask yourself whether the word matters to the listener. Imagine you are telling a story about visiting a town and cannot remember the name of the restaurant. If the restaurant name has no importance, say, "We went to this little restaurant near the station." Continue. If you forget the exact model of a car in a story where the car model does not matter, say, "They arrived in a small car." Continue. Not every missing detail deserves your attention. Many learners are controlled by the psychological pull of the missing word. The moment something disappears, they feel they must retrieve it simply because it is absent. But strong speakers protect importance, not completeness. They ask, "Does this information change the message?" If not, they let it go. This skill alone can remove many unnecessary pauses. You should also learn to distinguish between precision that matters and precision that does not. If you are talking about meeting someone casually and cannot remember whether it happened on Tuesday or Wednesday, you can say, "It was sometime in the middle of the week." But if you are confirming the date of a medical appointment or a flight, precision matters. In those moments, do not guess. Ask, check, or clarify. Saying it another way does not mean becoming vague about important facts. It means keeping communication moving while protecting the information that actually matters. The same principle applies to health, safety, money, addresses, legal matters, work deadlines, and other high-stakes situations. If the technical word disappears, describe the situation accurately instead of guessing. At a doctor's office, "I get a sharp pain here when I open my mouth," may be more useful than incorrectly naming a medical condition. At a bank, "The same payment came out of my account twice," may be clearer than guessing at a banking term. At an airport, "My suitcase did not arrive with my flight," is enough to begin solving the problem even if baggage claim or missing luggage report does not come to mind. This brings us to another important part of speaking flexibility: using your strongest English when the situation becomes important. Learners sometimes do the opposite. Because the situation feels serious, they try to sound more advanced. They reach for formal vocabulary and complicated grammar, then become less clear. In important situations, prioritize language you trust. A simple, accurate sentence is more valuable than an advanced, uncertain one. Now let us work on spontaneous opinion speaking, because this is where many learners feel trapped by vocabulary. Someone asks you, "Do you think social media is good or bad?" You have an opinion, but perhaps the word detrimental or beneficial does not come. You do not need it. Say, "I think it can be useful, but it can also create problems. It helps people stay connected, but sometimes people compare themselves too much and feel worse about their own lives." That is a thoughtful answer built from simple language. You do not need advanced labels to discuss advanced topics. Someone asks, "Why do some people avoid taking risks?" You may not remember fear of uncertainty. Say, "Sometimes people are afraid because they don't know what will happen. They would rather keep something familiar, even if it isn't perfect, than choose something new that might fail." The thought is sophisticated. The vocabulary is accessible. This is a skill that allows your intelligence to come through before your vocabulary becomes perfect. Another major improvement comes when you train yourself to paraphrase immediately after listening. Most learners listen to a podcast, interview, or video and try to repeat exactly what they heard. Exact repetition can help pronunciation, but paraphrasing develops flexibility. Listen to a short sentence such as, "I eventually realized that I had been worrying about something I couldn't control." Pause. Say the same meaning differently. "After some time, I understood that I was spending too much energy worrying about something I had no power to change." Do not worry about matching the original grammar. Protect the meaning. Try another. "The project was delayed because we underestimated how much work was involved." You could say, The project took longer because we thought it would be easier and require less work than it actually did. Another, she was reluctant to discuss what had happened. You could say, she didn't really want to talk about what happened. This exercise teaches your brain that English sentences are not fixed objects. Meaning can be rebuilt. Do 5 of these per day. At first, your paraphrases may be longer than the originals. That is fine. Later, try creating a shorter version, then a more conversational version, then a very simple version. One sentence becomes several possible sentences, and your mind becomes increasingly flexible. Another exercise is the one-word ban. Choose a common word and deliberately forbid yourself from using it while talking. Suppose the word is happy. Talk for 1 minute about happiness without saying happy. You might say, I feel really good when I spend time with my family. That kind of news makes me smile immediately. Or, I feel lighter and more positive. Next day, ban problem. Explain problems without using the word something went wrong. We had an issue. Things weren't working. There was something we needed to fix. This trains your brain to create alternatives before a real conversation forces you to. You can make the exercise harder by banning a key word inside a story. Tell a story about traveling without saying travel, trip, or journey. You might say, last year I went to another country for 2 weeks. We flew there in June and stayed. Tell a story about work without using work or job. This may feel artificial, but it creates mental flexibility that later feels completely natural. Another powerful drill is 60-second survival speaking. Choose a topic and speak for 60 seconds with one rule. You are not allowed to stop because a word is missing. If a word disappears, you must immediately choose another strategy. Describe it, simplify it, skip it. Ask an imaginary listener for help. Change the sentence. Use an example. The timer does not stop. Your goal is not perfect English. Your goal is uninterrupted communication. Start with easy topics: your morning, a favorite food, your neighborhood, a movie, a family tradition. Then move toward harder topics: a difficult decision, something you disagree with, a problem in society, a lesson you learned, a professional situation. The harder the topic, the more your flexibility will be tested. When 60 seconds becomes easy, move to 2 minutes, then 3. But remember, duration alone is not the goal. You are building one specific reflex. Difficulty does not equal silence. You can measure your progress differently from the way learners usually measure speaking. Do not only count mistakes, count successful recoveries. During a 3-minute recording, maybe you forgot 4 words, but perhaps you described all 4 and kept speaking. That is 4 recovery successes. Maybe you began one sentence incorrectly and rebuilt it without restarting. Another success. Maybe you lost a thought and returned with, "The main point is," another success. This measurement teaches your mind to value resilience rather than perfection. Keep a small record. Week 1, 12 moments where missing words caused long pauses. Week 2, 8. Week 3, 5. Week 4, you still forget words, but most gaps last only 1 or 2 seconds because you switch strategies quickly. That is real progress, even if your vocabulary size has not dramatically changed. Now let us talk about something that may surprise you. You should sometimes practice with vocabulary that is intentionally missing. Most speaking exercises give you all the words you need and ask you to use them. Real conversation does not, so deliberately create imperfect conditions. Look at an object, but forbid its name. Choose an emotion, but remove the adjective. Tell a story and remove one important verb. Explain the concept anyway. You are simulating the exact problem this audiobook is designed to solve. Imagine you need to explain overslept, but you cannot use that word. You say, "My alarm didn't wake me up, so I slept much later than I planned." Explain refund without using refund. I returned the product and asked them to give my money back. Explain postpone without using postpone. We moved it to a later date. Explain awkward without using awkward. Nobody knew what to say, and the situation felt uncomfortable. Each successful explanation teaches your brain that the concept can survive without the label. You can also practice this with a partner as a game. One person chooses a word and describes it without saying it. The other guesses. Start with objects, then actions, emotions, professions, abstract concepts, and situations. This may look like a vocabulary game, but it is actually training one of the strongest survival skills in spoken English. Another exercise is 3 versions of the same answer. Imagine someone asks, "Why do you like living here?" Give a 10-second answer, "Because it's peaceful and everything I need is nearby." Then a 30-second answer with more detail. Then a 1-minute answer with examples. This teaches you to expand and contract meaning depending on the situation. It also gives you several routes to the same thought, making you less dependent on one memorized answer. Do the same with difficult questions. Why did you change jobs? What do you think makes a good friend? What is something you wish you had learned earlier? What is difficult about learning English? Answer each question 3 ways. Do not memorize. Rebuild. A speaker who can only say one prepared answer sounds confident until the conversation changes. A speaker who can rebuild the same idea in several forms remains strong when the question changes slightly. This is especially important for interviews, meetings, exams, travel, and spontaneous social conversations. Now consider storytelling. Stories are excellent places to build flexibility because you often forget names, dates, verbs, adjectives, or exact details. Practice telling one story multiple times, but never use exactly the same wording. The first time, simple. The second, more emotional. The third, shorter. The fourth, focus on what you learned. The fifth, imagine you are telling someone who knows nothing about the background. Each version strengthens your ownership of the meaning. You stop depending on memorized wording. The story becomes yours in English. This is important because many learners rehearse stories word for word. Then during conversation, one sentence comes out differently, and the entire prepared structure collapses. A flexible storyteller does not memorize sentences. They remember events and meaning, then build language around them in real time. Suppose the story contains 5 points: missed bus, called friend, found another route, arrived late, laughed about it afterward. Remember those 5 ideas. You do not need exact sentences. If missed the bus somehow disappears, say, "I got there after the bus had already left." If another route disappears, say, "I found a different way to get there." The story survives because the structure lives at the meaning level. Another crucial habit is learning to tolerate temporary imperfection. You may say something that is understandable but not exactly how you wish you had said it. Keep going. Many learners interrupt perfectly understandable speech because they think, "There is a more natural way." There probably is, but conversation does not require you to replace every sentence with its best possible version. Imagine you say, "The hotel was very full of people." Maybe later you realize, "The hotel was crowded" would have sounded better. That is fine. The listener understood. Make a mental note and improve later. Do not turn the current conversation into editing practice. This requires emotional discipline because learners often know enough English to criticize themselves continuously. Your brain says, "That wasn't natural. That preposition may have been wrong. I should have used a different word." If you respond to every thought, you will never relax into speaking. Learn to tell yourself, "Meaning is clear. Continue."
After the conversation, you can become a student again.
During the conversation, be a communicator. This distinction is one of the strongest things you can learn. Communicator mode prioritizes meaning, listener understanding, connection, and forward movement. Study mode prioritizes vocabulary, grammar, pronunciation, and improvement. You need both, but trying to run them at full power at the same time creates overload. When speaking with someone, let communicator mode lead. Afterward, spend 5 or 10 minutes in study mode. Choose 1 or 2 moments where your English felt limited. Ask, "What was I trying to say? How else could I express it? What useful word was missing?" Then practice that language. Next time, your options become stronger. This is how conversations themselves become your best curriculum. Your missing words reveal which vocabulary you actually need. Your difficult explanations reveal which sentence patterns need practice. Your awkward repairs show which rescue phrases are not automatic yet. Instead of learning random lists, you learn from the exact moments where your communication needed support. Keep what I call a speaking gap list. After a conversation or recording, write only the ideas you struggled to express. Maybe, the word for when a company returns money. How to explain that I was not angry, only disappointed. How to say the meeting moved to another day. How to explain that something was too expensive for what it offered. Then find or practice 2 or 3 natural ways to say each idea. Notice that you are recording ideas, not only isolated words. That is important. Your goal is not simply to learn refund. Your goal is to be able to communicate the concept of a refund even if refund disappears again. Another important habit is revisiting the same idea a week later. Can you now express it faster? Can you say it 2 ways? Can you explain it without the exact word? If yes, the idea has become more secure in your English. Now let us address conversation pressure. Everything feels easier when you are alone. You can pause. Nobody is waiting. But the real test arrives when another person asks you something unexpectedly. Your heart speeds up slightly. You know they are waiting. Your vocabulary becomes less accessible. This is exactly why recovery strategies need to become automatic. You should practice with time pressure, but gradually. Ask yourself a question and give yourself only 3 seconds to start answering. Do not prepare the whole sentence. Begin with the first clear idea. Question: what do you enjoy about your city? 3 seconds. One thing I really like is that. Continue. Question: what makes someone a good leader? 3 seconds. For me, a good leader is someone who. Continue. If a word disappears, use your rescue system without stopping the answer. You are training the transition from question to communication, not question to perfect sentence. This is how you become stronger at unexpected questions. You stop waiting until the entire answer is ready. You trust yourself to build it while speaking and repair it if necessary. Another great practice is random object explanation under time. Choose an object nearby. Give yourself 2 seconds, then describe it without naming it. Next, choose an action, then an emotion, then an abstract concept. This develops quick access to descriptive language. The ultimate goal is not speed for its own sake. The goal is strategy speed. When vocabulary fails, you want the decision describe it or simplify it to arrive quickly. The exact English can still be calm. There is also a deeper confidence that grows from this practice. Before, confidence may have meant, I hope I remember all the words. That is fragile confidence because it depends on nothing going wrong. After this training, confidence becomes, even if I forget something, I know what to do. That is much stronger. Think about the difference. One learner enters a conversation praying for perfect memory. Another enters knowing they can describe, simplify, rebuild, correct, skip, or ask. Which learner feels safer? The second learner does not need perfection because they have recovery. That is the type of confidence you should build in English. Not confidence that mistakes will disappear, but confidence that mistakes cannot control you. Now consider an unfamiliar topic. Someone suddenly starts talking about gardening, software, politics, photography, cooking, architecture, or a hobby you do not know well. You may lack vocabulary. Do not withdraw immediately. Use broad words and questions. If you do not know the name of a tool, say that tool, that machine, that part. Then describe what it does. If you do not understand a term, ask, what exactly does that mean? Then continue using the concept. Conversation does not require expert vocabulary in every domain. You can participate by asking, comparing, describing, and connecting the new topic to what you already understand. For example, someone tells you about a complicated camera lens, and you do not know the technical term. You can ask, so is that the part that controls how much light comes in? They explain. Now you can follow. This is communication intelligence. You use meaning to bridge vocabulary gaps. Another advanced skill is learning to borrow the listener's language. If someone gives you a word you were missing, use it naturally later in the conversation. They say, you mean the deadline? You say, yes, the deadline. I think the deadline is too soon. They say, that sounds overwhelming. Later you may say, exactly, that's why I felt overwhelmed. This helps useful vocabulary move from listening into speaking immediately. But do not force every new word. Use it when it fits. The goal is natural adoption, not showing that you memorized what they said. Another excellent strategy is noticing how fluent speakers paraphrase themselves. When you watch interviews or podcasts, listen for phrases such as, what I mean is, in other words, basically. To put it another way, it's more like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, and the main point is. Notice how often fluent speakers revise meaning. This can completely change your perception of fluency. You will begin hearing that natural speech is not a perfect stream, it is constantly adjusted. Take one of these moments and imitate the pattern. Speaker says, I wouldn't say I was angry, it was more that I felt disappointed. Practice the structure with your own ideas. I wouldn't say the trip was bad. It was more that it was exhausting. I wouldn't say he was rude. He was more direct than I expected. Now you have a flexible correction pattern. Another pattern. It's not exactly X, it's more like Y. This is extremely useful when the exact word is uncertain. It's not exactly a restaurant, it's more like a small cafe. I wasn't exactly scared. I was more nervous and uncomfortable. It wasn't really an argument, it was more like a disagreement. This allows nuanced meaning without demanding one perfect label. Another pattern. The easiest way to explain it is, this is excellent when you know a complicated concept but need a simpler route. The easiest way to explain it is that the company spends more money than it earns. You may have wanted a technical financial term, but the explanation works. You should collect patterns like these because they are flexibility tools, not just vocabulary. Now let us build a weekly system that turns all of this into a permanent skill. On the first day, practice object and action description. Choose 10 things and explain them without the names. On the second day, practice simple word substitution. Take 20 advanced words and create easy alternatives. On the third day, paraphrase 10 sentences from something you listened to. On the fourth day, tell the same story 3 different ways. On the fifth day, do no stop speaking for 5 minutes and track every successful recovery. On the sixth day, practice difficult topics with short preparation time. On the seventh day, review the speaking gaps you encountered during the week and turn them into new expressions. This is not about studying for hours. 15 focused minutes can be enough if you are training the right reflex. Let us imagine how this system changes a real conversation after several weeks. Someone asks, "What was your last job like?" You begin, "It was quite demanding because we had The word strict or tight deadlines disappears. Your brain does not panic. You say, "Because we always had to finish things very quickly. There wasn't much time between getting a task and having to complete it." The listener understands. Later you remember, "Yeah, the deadlines were really tight." You add it naturally. The conversation never stopped. Another situation. "Why didn't you buy the apartment?" You wanted inconvenient location. You say, "The location wasn't good for me. It was too far from work, and there weren't many shops or buses nearby." Again, perhaps this explanation is even better than the missing phrase because the listener now knows why the location was inconvenient. Another, "How did you feel when you heard the news?" You want relieved, but it disappears. "I had been worried for days, and when I heard everything was okay, it felt like a huge weight disappeared." The listener understands the emotion perfectly. This is what it means to own an idea beyond one word. Now imagine the opposite. You remember relieved immediately. Great, use it. I was incredibly relieved. Flexibility does not mean avoiding exact words. It means exact words are options, not requirements. This is important because you should continue developing vocabulary. You should continue improving grammar. You should continue learning natural expressions. But each new piece of English should give you more freedom, not more pressure. If learning exhausted makes you afraid to say very tired, vocabulary is reducing your freedom. If learning a complex grammar structure makes you refuse to use 2 simple sentences, grammar is reducing your freedom. Knowledge should expand your options. This is the philosophy behind this entire audiobook. The learner who knows one advanced road can still become trapped. The learner who knows several simple roads can keep moving. The strongest learner eventually has both, rich vocabulary and flexible alternatives. Now let us talk about one final obstacle, your desire to sound exactly like the person you heard in a video, book, or podcast. You hear a beautiful expression and think, "I want to say it exactly like that." That can be useful for learning, but do not become dependent on reproduction. Ask yourself, can I express that idea in my own English? If the speaker says, "I eventually came to terms with the fact that I couldn't control the outcome," perhaps your version is, "After some time, I accepted that the result was not completely under my control." Excellent. You understood the idea and rebuilt it. This is a deeper level of learning than memorization because the language has passed through your own understanding. When you can say a learned idea another way, it has started becoming yours. The same is true with vocabulary. Do not only ask, "Do I know the definition?" Ask, "Can I explain it without using the word?" If yes, your understanding is stronger. Do not only ask, "Can I repeat this sentence?" Ask, "Can I rebuild its meaning?" Do not only ask, can I speak when everything comes easily? Ask, can I keep speaking when something disappears? Those are stronger tests of real communication. Now imagine yourself 6 months from now if you practice this skill consistently. You will still forget words sometimes. That will not disappear completely, but the emotional experience will be different. A word disappears, and instead of panic, your mind immediately begins generating alternatives. You say, it's the thing that, or, basically, or, what I mean is, or you choose a simpler word, or you rebuild the sentence. The listener barely notices the gap. The word may return 10 seconds later. You use it if useful. If not, you move on. That is a major transformation. You have not become a dictionary. You have become a communicator. And this matters far beyond language learning, because real life will never wait until your English is perfectly prepared. A coworker will ask an unexpected question. A stranger will need information. A doctor will ask you to describe something. Someone will disagree with you. A friend will tell you a story. You will need to explain an idea you never practiced. In those moments, your power comes from flexibility. You cannot memorize every conversation. You can build a mind that knows how to adapt. This is why your final practice should become unprepared speaking with recovery, not only prepared speaking with perfect vocabulary. Choose a random question and answer immediately. What is something people misunderstand about learning a language? Begin. If you forget discouraged, say people start losing confidence. If you forget consistent, say doing it regularly. If you forget immersion, say being surrounded by the language and using it in daily life. You continue. Another question. What makes a city comfortable to live in? You forget public transportation. Say good buses and trains that make it easy to move around. You forget affordable. Say not too expensive. You continue. You are building the ability to think beyond vocabulary gaps. Now let us make the final principle very clear. When the exact word is missing, reduce the ambition of the sentence, not the size of your idea. This is important. Do not abandon your opinion because you lack one word. Do not change the subject because one expression disappears. Do not say I don't know, when what you actually mean is, I know the idea, but I cannot remember the English word. Keep the idea. Simplify the language. If necessary, say, I don't know how to say this exactly, but what I mean is, then speak. You may surprise yourself with how much meaning you can communicate using vocabulary you already have. This is perhaps the biggest lesson of Say It Another Way. You probably have more usable English than you think. The problem is that you have been measuring yourself by the words you cannot remember instead of the meaning you can still create. One word disappears, and you see the gap. But around that gap there may be hundreds of words still available. You still know people, place, time, problem, reason, because, after, before, like, different, same, thing, use, make, happen, feel, want, need, help, change, better, worse, more, less, not, very, too. With ordinary words like these, you can build explanations that carry surprisingly complex ideas. Your English does not disappear because one advanced word does. That is what I want you to believe deeply enough that your speaking behavior changes. The next time you forget a word, do not lower your eyes and apologize immediately. Stay inside the conversation. Think about the meaning. Give the listener a clue. Use the simple word. Change the structure. Tell the effect. Give an example. Compare it with something. Explain what happens. Ask for the term if necessary. Then continue. If your first alternative is awkward, try another. If the listener looks confused, simplify. If you realize the detail is unimportant, skip it. If the word returns later, use it. If it never returns, let the conversation finish without it. This is what control feels like. You are not waiting for English to behave perfectly before you are allowed to speak. You are using English actively, flexibly, imperfectly, and successfully. And there is another benefit. When you stop fearing missing words, you become willing to speak about more difficult topics. Before, you may avoid them because you think, I don't have enough vocabulary. Now you know you can explain around the gaps. That means your conversational world expands. You can discuss work, relationships, travel, ideas, books, personal experiences, problems, goals, opinions, even concepts whose exact English names you do not know. Every attempt develops more language. The more you speak around gaps, the more vocabulary those gaps eventually teach you. So the missing word itself becomes part of learning. Before, missing vocabulary ended the sentence. Now it can create a description. The description may lead the listener to give you the word. The word becomes connected to a real memory. Next time, it may come faster. That is a much healthier learning cycle. You do not need to hide the gaps. Use them. Another final exercise I strongly recommend is the daily 5-way challenge. Choose one idea every day and express it 5 ways. The idea might be, I'm nervous about tomorrow. Version 1. I'm nervous about tomorrow. Version 2. I'm worried about what might happen tomorrow. Version 3. Tomorrow is making me a little anxious. Version 4. I keep thinking about tomorrow because I'm not sure how it will go. Version 5. I wish I knew what to expect tomorrow because the uncertainty is making me uncomfortable. Do not try to memorize the 5 versions. Let each one be created fresh. The act of rebuilding is the exercise. Next day, the place was crowded. Then, I disagree with that idea. Then, I regret my decision. Then, I need more time. Then, the person was rude. After a month, your brain begins treating meaning as something flexible, rather than something attached to one sentence. That is exactly what you want. You can also choose one topic each week and become able to discuss it at 3 vocabulary levels. For example, work stress. Simple level, I have too much work and not enough time. Intermediate, my workload is heavy and I'm under a lot of pressure. More advanced, I've been feeling overwhelmed because several deadlines are happening at the same time. All are useful. If the advanced language disappears, you can move down without losing the thought. Do this with travel, relationships, health, money, learning, technology, goals, emotions, and everyday problems. Your speaking becomes layered, and layered English is resilient English. There is one last thing I want you to stop doing forever. Do not finish a failed search with never mind. Sometimes never mind is appropriate because the idea is truly unimportant. But many learners use it because they cannot find the word. They begin telling something interesting, vocabulary fails, and they say, never mind. The listener loses the story, and the learner teaches their own brain that missing vocabulary has the authority to erase ideas. Instead of never mind, try, I can't remember the word but basically. Then continue, finish the thought. Every time you do this, you strengthen the belief, my idea deserves to survive the missing word. That is a powerful speaking habit. Eventually the listener may not even realize you forgot anything. They simply hear you explain naturally, and that is what fluent communication often looks like from the outside. The speaker is not necessarily remembering every perfect word. They are simply moving so flexibly that the gaps do not become visible walls. By now, I want your reaction to a missing word to be completely different from the reaction you had at the beginning of this audiobook. Before, the missing word might have triggered searching, silence, nervousness, restarting, apologizing, and finally giving up. Now I want the moment to trigger options. Maybe the easy word comes first. Use it. Maybe you can describe the function. Do it. Maybe you can explain the effect. Do it. Maybe the entire sentence needs another structure. Change it. Maybe a small correction is enough. Repair it. Maybe the information does not matter. Skip it. Maybe the listener can help. Ask. But whatever happens, protect the meaning and keep moving. That is your new reflex. The real achievement is not that you will never forget another English word. You will. Everyone forgets words. The achievement is that forgetting one will no longer feel like losing access to your English. You will know that behind one closed door there are other doors. Behind one missing adjective there is an explanation. Behind one forgotten noun there is a description. Behind one difficult verb there is a sequence of actions. Behind one broken sentence there is a simpler sentence. Behind one failed attempt there is another attempt. This is why the name of this book is not Remember Every English Word. That would be impossible. It is Say It Another Way. Because that is what real communication gives you, another way, and another, and another. The more of those ways you build, the less often English can silence you. So when you leave this chapter and enter your next real conversation, do not ask yourself whether you will remember everything. That is the wrong question. Ask yourself whether you can keep the meaning alive when something goes missing. If you can do that, then one forgotten word is no longer a speaking failure. It is simply a moment where your English needs to change direction, and now you know how to change direction without stopping. You began this audiobook with a simple problem. One missing English word could stop your whole sentence. Now you know that the missing word was never the real problem. The real problem was believing there was only one way to express your idea. From now on, when the exact word disappears, you have options. You can use a simpler word, describe what you mean, give an example, change the sentence, explain the result, or rebuild the thought completely. Your English no longer has to stop just because one word does. That is what real speaking confidence looks like. Not perfect memory, not perfect grammar, not knowing every word. It is knowing that even when something goes wrong, you can still keep the meaning alive. So the next time you are speaking and your mind suddenly goes blank for one word, do not panic. Do not restart everything. Do not give up on the idea. Take another road. Say it simply, describe it, rebuild it, and keep going. Because the strongest English speaker is not the person who always finds the perfect word. It is the person who can still communicate when the perfect word never comes. If this audiobook helped you, subscribe to English Mindset Academy and comment, "I will always find another way." This was Say It Another Way, and remember, when one English word disappears, your voice does not have to disappear with it.